Senhorinas, hummus.
Hummus. Hummus.
Hummus. Ah, me seis. We can
Camargo
wait.
coming. 5 minutes.
Yeah, no
okay?
worries, no
Okay.
worries, no worries.
às 3h30 mais ou menos, nós podemos ter um coffee break aqui e voltamos até o fim, tá? Todo mundo baixou o spectator? Todo mundo? Yes. Tá? Em relação ao boleto que não chegou, está chegando. Então é o seguinte, a CBH deve enviar um Pix para cá e a gente informa vocês fazem um Pix. Ok? Tá bom? Ok? Perfeito? Sem problema? Ok. Thank you very much. I want to introduce Mr. Hans Christian, 5-star judge, President Big Doc. Thank you very much for coming here. Please, you start.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you very much for having me here. This is my first time here in Sao Paulo, so of course I've been very excited to be here. After all, I'm also very excited about giving this small sort of introduction to dressage judging. I think it's, of course, it's one of my, that's what I do, that's my hobby. But I also think it's very interesting, but it's also very difficult. Judging dressage is actually very difficult. And that's why I wanted to make it also a little bit interactive so that you could sort of take part. And that's why I understood that much that about the spectator judging, that I think we should at least try to do this with the spectator judging. I will explain it to you afterwards how it will work. But the interesting part is that I will show you some videos, and then you can all try to give a mark for the movement or the video. And then afterwards I can show you all our marks, and we can discuss, you know, why do one give a 4 and the other one gives a 7, something like that. So just to get a better understanding about dressage judging. You know. Let's see how this. So this is just a little bit, actually that's just a little bit about me, for those of you who don't know me. This is actually what I do in my everyday life. I'm a veterinary surgeon. I work in a horse hospital, kind of a big horse hospital. We are 15 vets in a big specialized horse clinic north of Copenhagen. So that's what I do. So the judging part is actually what I do in my hobby spare time. The picture in the middle is from the World Championships in Tryon. And then we have all the things on your left. That is me, what I do when I'm not judging and when I'm not working. Then I take part in all kinds of sort of spare time extra activities. As Claudia mentioned, I'm right now the president of the International Officials Club. But what I also like is, I mean, maybe you don't understand it, but that's in Danish, that's committees in Denmark about horse welfare. I'm on the board for 2 horse welfare, 1 animal in general welfare, and 1 specific horse welfare organization in Denmark, where we make a lot of work and trying to spread sort of knowledge and information about horse welfare and how to get better with that. Especially now in Denmark, I think we have a lot of discussions going on. I know it's going on all over in the world, but I think at least as it is right now in Denmark, it's very sort of, there is a lot of criticism towards our sport, and I think we have to take that very seriously, us within the sport. So we are trying to work on that. But that's just what I do normally. So most of you are probably familiar with this very sort of basic thing, judging the dressage test. We all know that we have like 10 marks. I think normally we don't have 10 marks, we actually have 19 because we can give half marks also. And this is how it looks in the test. Like we get this kind of sheet, a protocol, and we have to give marks for every movement. So I think most of you are familiar with that part. And I think also for the marks, even though we tend to sort of, most of it is like 4, 5, 6, 7, we actually still have the 0 and the 1 and the 2 and the 3, but we also have the 9 and the 10, even though we don't use them that often, you know. So this is just like a special, I mean, maybe some of you know this dressage training scale. This is like a special version. Most of us, we know this, I mean, going from here, the basics, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, where the goal or the main is the collection. But one of the things that I like about this one is that it actually tries to include the foundation of dressage. It's this whole suppleness, the relaxation of the horse, the acceptance of the horse. So I think in that way that makes this one a little bit more interesting than many of them. So this is just a little bit the way we know it. Like I said, 6 steps in the dressage training scale. And the 3 basic pillars, number 1, 2, and 3, are sort of what we call the basics. That's the very basics. That's the 3 basics that we need to see in almost all dressage tests on all levels. And that means, of course, the rhythm, the suppleness, and the contact. And if all that is good, we will normally see good relaxation and also acceptance from the horse. And this about the acceptance of the horse is very important because that means that there is no resistance or tension whatsoever. That also means that this have, for us as dressage judges, the highest priority. And that means if we have issues or problems with the rhythm, the suppleness, or the contact, that means we have to go down with our marks. Not just a little bit, but significant. So if a horse has rhythm problem, okay, if it's lame, it can be eliminated. But if it has rhythm problems throughout the test, we have to be very strict with our marks. And the same goes with the suppleness. That means the relaxation. Then we have to be, again, strict. And again, with contact issues, I think it's one of these areas where we get a lot of criticism in the whole dressage sport, not only us as judges, but the whole dressage sport. You know, everybody can see if the horse is short in the neck or if the mouth is open. It doesn't take a dressage professor to see that. Everybody can see that, especially from just one picture. That's all what it takes. And then everybody starts complaining and criticizing us. So we have to be strict on these parts. The next one, the top one, the impulsion, straightness, and collection. That is what I started off saying, a little bit the goal in dressage. We know dressage is super difficult, especially on the highest level. And I think in that way, especially if you are very involved in dressage, we have this kind of respect because maybe we've tried it, we tried to achieve this highest level of dressage, and we know how difficult it is. But mistakes in that, in the top, in the impulsion, the straightness and collection, I mean, if we see mistakes in that areas, that, you know, has to be deducted in the marks, but it's a little bit according to the level and the difficulty in the test. So that means if there is a difference between a very easy test or a very difficult test, Grand Prix level. So depending on the level, we will go down according to severity, you know, how much tension or problems with straightness or not enough collection we see. So that's just like the super basics of the dressage judging. Again, as judges, we have to always bear in mind, is it a very fundamental problem, or is it just like a minor mistake? We know that fundamental problems can be, it could be something like I said, rhythm, suppleness, contact, the basics of the training scale. It could also be like in this picture. The interesting thing about this picture actually is that you see quite a lot of things going on. One thing is that the horse looks kind of short in the neck. You could see that the pull is dropping, the pull between the ears should be the highest point, but you could also see these hanging reins. There is a lot of things to point out from this picture. If you are a dressage person, you also know this is just a split second in time. It's a picture. It can be this horse going on a completely different path. It can be the rider sort of just giving the reins just before the whatever next movement. But when we have to look and analyze a picture like that, we can see that there's a lot of things going on. I have mentioned here what it says firewalls, and what we mean about firewalls in dressage judging is some kind of fundamental problems that will always lead to, let's say, a maximum mark. That could be, let's say, a mistake in the tempo changes, in the flying changes, and no matter how good in quality the tempo changes are, this horse or horse rider combination would get like maximum of 5 or a 4. So let's say we have a series of tempo changes and the horse makes 2 clear mistakes. We know this is maximum of 4. Then we don't care about how good the quality is or how well it started or if it's a famous rider, what do I know? It's still like a maximum mark. Then of course we have all the minor mistakes, and depending on the severity, we deduct, let's say, 1, 2 points, depending on what kind of level and what kind of problem it is. So these are all things that have to sort of go through your mind when you're judging almost for every movement. Like, is it kind of the basics in dressage, in the training scale? Is it a fundamental problem, like a big issue, or is it just like a minor tension problem very shortly? So all in all, sort of the very basic stuff. So this is just to show you again, because I've been part of this working group in the FEI where we kind of try to sort all this out, because there are so many things to think about for every movement. So, and it's still a work in progress, this code of point. It's supposed to be like a new, Bible in dressage. So for every movement, we would have like descriptions on like, this is where it says exemplary observable characteristics of a movement, and visual search. That was, we had people from university in England sitting together with us, and they were asking, but where do you look? And I was like, yeah, but we're looking at the whole picture. And they said, but you cannot look at the whole picture. You have to focus on different things. And then we sat with these stupid, it looks like a computer game when you have these things on, so that they could actually visualize where I was looking on the horse, and I was looking to the rider and the hooves and the marker on the arena, all in all trying to get this bigger picture of the horse and rider. So, but at the end of the day, let's say this example is the rhythm, of course. That's a high priority. That's the first relevant, consistent, and regular rhythm of gaits throughout. And the visual search is, of course, we look to the limbs, to the legs of the horse. For us, that may be obvious, logical, but for everybody outside dressage, they were like, but where do you look at the horse? And we were like, yes, we are looking at the legs. And then again, relevant and optimal head and neck position and back function. where do we look? Yeah, of course we look to the head of the horse and the neck and the back. Things like that. Just to explain to you, this is kind of the work we tried in a way to explain. I mean, one thing is us in the dressage world, but also to people outside the dressage world, what to look for and where to look. And this was just for one movement, the entrance, enter in collected canter, halt, and proceeding in trot. And this was the next step. So now we try to give a kind of a short description on all marks. Let's say you gave a 10, all the characteristics should be exemplary, and then we tried to sort of describe or make a short description of all the marks going from 10 to 0, where 0 said no characteristics of movement being performed. So this is not something for you to remember. You don't have to remember all of it, but it's just a little bit of way of trying to describe, you know, what does it mean if you get a 7 in this kind of, or what characteristics should be. I mean, some of it we kind of, I mean, if you look to 6, halt, not square in front or behind, not engaged behind, minor deviations from above, blah, blah, blah. Things that you maybe know from your protocol or your sheet, or if you're a judge, that could be some of your remarks, you know, when giving a 6 for an entrance. So all in all, just for you to know, this is kind of the work, you know, trying to explain dressage judging. But it's still work in progress. It's not published. It's not something you can find. I just wanted to show you, like, this is what we're working on, desperately trying to explain dressage judging. Good. Any questions right now?
Yes.
Claudia?
We're talking about the low performance, like children, and like the I would say not the Grand Prix or sorry, because the course is about Grand Prix, but when you say like 5, the movement performed but with more significant effects and inaccurately placed halt. When you have to proceed with the paper, when you say halt in X, if it's a young rider and it was perfect but not in X, do you go low or to a 5?
Very
or
good.
You give a 6 or a 7?
Yeah, that's a very good and very relevant question. Like, I started out saying here, like, this is an example from Grand Prix. Yes. So, and that's why your question is very, very good and very sort of relevant, especially now if we're talking children level or even like novice or whatever. Yes. I mean, we know if it's a little bit inaccurate or like 1 or 2 meters after X, we don't give a 5. Like, we could be like, if everything else is good, we are happy. You know, the rider stayed on, the horse is still in the arena. It looked more or less, I mean, we are happy to give. So this was just like for you, I mean, in theory, this is kind of one example from Grand Prix. Yeah, okay. I should have mentioned that maybe more clear. But you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I mean, all these things, you know, because precision or inaccuracy is like what we call, especially on lower levels, it's turning into a minor problem. So of course, if you, let's say you sit on the long side at E or B in Grand Prix and the rider is making a halt in Grand Prix 2 meters before, you will be like, you know, with your mark and 6.5, not at X or blah, blah, blah. But if you are sitting there for the children test and you, like I said, you're still happy that he's still in the arena. I mean, she managed to stop and she didn't fall off, things like that. So yes, of course, then you would be a little bit more lenient with your marks, you know, because you know that precision is not the most important thing on that level. I mean, then the most important thing is, did it come in like a clear rhythm in working trot? Did the rider manage to stop make like a nice transition without any da. I mean, these are the more important things on that level. So yes, everything is of course like depending on what level you are. So ideally at the end of this whole work, we would have like code of points for every movement on every level.
Okay.
Yeah. So we would have one saying entrance in children, whatever. I mean, sometimes we just have like working drop on the center line, that's it. I mean, and we know when we're sitting there at sea, I mean, sometimes they are like this all over the point, and sometimes they walking, and sometimes they, I mean, can't even turn at sea. I mean, we know all the problems that we see, but very good question. Anything else? Other questions? Like, you're always welcome. Just knock yourself out with questions. That's why we're here. Good. So when judging, and now after this, when we will all try, at least the brave of you will try to do the judging. I mean, the thing is, and this is a little bit like I see it, this is a little bit like the way I try to think. You know, if I sometimes get, for some reason, a little bit stressed or whatever, is it the Olympics or is it just some fancy CDI, or is it a CDI in Sao Paulo? I don't know. I mean, if I get a little bit stressed for some reason, I try, no, just focus a little bit. Just do movement by movement. Just try not to think about, is it Isabel Wert or is it, who do I know? Just do movement by movement. Don't think to anything else. And that goes a little bit hand in hand with the next one. Try not to be influenced. Try not to, you know, I know some, they like to be very prepared, like for everything in life. They like to read about how did this horse or rider do last weekend? Did she win? Was it number 5 or did she never compete? I mean, I try not to be influenced. So I try just to stay sort of in my own little, not to think about did this horse win the last test or whatever. Just try not to be influenced always. The next one, use the same starting point. It's a little bit like, it can be understood in different ways. This is about the same starting point that we all, well, at least if you're a dressage judge, sometimes you know, oh shit, I started a little bit high. Maybe I was a little bit generous on the first horse, and then you have this feeling, so what do I do now? Do I keep on giving high marks, and then when the actual winner comes in, I will give like 88 or something ridiculous, or do I just say, okay, I was high on the first one, but then the rest I was okay on? And that's always a little bit the discussion, at least among dressage judges, that we kind of admit, okay, I did a mistake, I was too high on this one, or you try to keep your line. So trying to keep your line is not always the same as use the same starting point. What I mean is use the same starting point is that I know with myself a 5 is a 5, no matter what level or where in the world. Sometimes you have the feeling that a 5 in Aachen might not be the same as a 5 in Tokyo. But in theory, it should be the same. I mean, we should know. Hopefully in the future we will have the code of points, so it should be easy. You can just go in, look it up. This is a 5, this is the kind of mistakes. When we see them, we will end up on this point. So try sort of to use, at least in your head, to use the same starting point and keep that level. Personally, I'm a little bit, if you for some reason are too high or too low on one rider, just admit your mistake, say, okay, I did a mistake, and go on to the next. Because if you try to keep your level and just be higher and higher and higher for some reason, then it's not really fair to everyone. And then you will end up on some not realistic level. Either you're too high, either you're too high or you're for some reason too low for them. But try just to keep the level and then admit your mistakes. At least that's what I'm trying to. The next thing is try to be very sort of precise in your judging. Try not to elaborate too much or come with too long and too weird explanations, or at least also not try to explain too much. Just be precise in the way what you see is what you see. Don't try to overanalyze. Yes, but I think this horse looked a little bit, it might be because and the day before and then he or she didn't drink or the rider looked a little bit scared. I mean, don't overanalyze it. Just judge what you see and nothing more than that. Then again, we have to be very quick. Sometimes you have to be really quick. And you have to make a decision within split seconds. I mean, if you are very experienced as a dressage judge, you can sort of have some things going on in the back of your head, kind of a small analysis here. And at the same time, you can look to your nice scribe and you can give marks for the next movements. But you have to be super experienced to do that. Otherwise, just be quick, give your marks, and on to the next movement. At the end, always be open to discussions, not only with colleagues, but also if trainers and riders comes up. And it says here, stand united. If you're a judges group and you discuss it within your little group of colleagues, try to stand by that. If you go out, don't go out to the rider and say, yeah, but my shitty colleagues, they have no idea. No, just try to be united as a judges group. You can always be open to riders or trainers. If you come up to you and they say, I don't get it. Why do I had more or less the same test last weekend, and then the judges said he was too short in the neck or the mouth was open, and now I really try to improve it. Why do I get the same kind of points? Just try to be open in the way, try to understand the rider's frustration or the question lying within that. Because most of the times it's not always a criticism against your judging, it's just their way of trying to understand how do I get more points, or how do I get better, or how do I improve my riding or performance. So I think it's very important to stay open, don't be afraid. Sometimes they will come up to you a little bit like, with the, the feeling on the t-shirt like that, and all, you are a little bit like, oh. And you already start building up all your arguments, and I was, and I saw, and I did. Just try, just step back one step, and that's all what it takes, and try, okay, I will listen to you, and then maybe I can give you like a really good explanation, or I can just say, okay, we'll just see next time. Maybe you will get higher points, or look at it in a different way. But judging is not always easy. Even though we try to all look at it from the same page, we will still be sort of very different in our points. Sometimes with good explanations or reasons, and sometimes we don't really have a good reason for this. So this looks crazy. This is just, now I'm using, this is myself here using as a, that's my example. Probably Sandra and Claudia, I don't know if you know this is from the blah, blah, blah. We as dressage judges, we get analyzed. If not on Facebook or social media, we will get analyzed sort of from a more official part also. And not that I expect you to get any idea about like the mean difference or score consistency factor or rank consistency factor or large deviation factor, but this is just to show you that, because sometimes critics, they will say that, oh, he or she, they don't have an idea and they just go on doing their own whatever, but this is just to tell you that we actually get analyzed like almost every mark we give. So, and here this is what we call the official FEI version, Global Analytics, and they, if I go in depth with some of these, I can go in and I can look up, why am I always like 1.5 mark higher than Sandra in the canter pirouette to the right. It's really, really, really specific. And I do it sometimes, but I'm also like a little bit like a statistic nerd kind of way. So I like to go in like this. This is a timeline. This is like a very long timeline. You see now my statistics. I've just 1,155, and this is only CDIs. So that it's in all 1,000 or 12,893 tests in all. I mean, that's a lot. So of course my statistics, these are built on a lot of tests. But I try sort of to look, you know, if you see here, this is, I had a little bit, I don't know, like I had kind of a problem in this time, you know, you see the curves are going up and down, and I really went into it and I looked, and what was the problem? Why can't I just have it like more? You can see here at the end, somehow the last couple of years I've managed to get my shit sort of sorted out. So now I'm a little bit more lenient here in that way. But it's just to tell you that we get analyzed. I mean, everything we do, also compared to all our colleagues, and what kind of level, and if you're 3 or 5 or 7 in the panel, how you manage and what you do. I know a lot of colleagues, they never look into it, they don't give anything for it, but I kind of like it. But that's also just me being a little bit this nerd about. And just very sort of briefly, mean difference, that's a little bit like the difference you can see here. This is the minus. That means that I am a little bit in general lower than the rest of my colleagues. My consistency factor, that is just, that will tell you something about, you know, how consistent am I in the scoring. Same again for rank consistency factor. That means if my ranking will have a lot of influence on the actual ranking, and it will tell you, especially within the 5 first placed in the group. So if I screw up and give one like 10% more, it will screw up the whole ranking for the class. So this tells you, how consistent are you. And again, this large deviation factor tells you a little bit about how often, let's say, are you 5% higher or lower on something. But nothing, this is just to tell you that we get analyzed over and over again.
Where do you find this?
This, if you are an FEI judge, then you get access to this. And yeah.
I as a rider can't go in.
No, you can't go in and then look at the judges. Who do I like for the, yeah, no, this is, yeah.
But this is from computer, so when you have the computer at the competition, not the one who go with the paper sheet.
I mean, actually, if it's an international test, I mean, now all organizers are obliged to send in all marks, so it will automatically go into this, no matter if it's on computer or paper or whatever. So at the end of the day, they need to send in all results. So we will, like Sandra said, then we get an email, you have 2 new competitions, and like I said, somebody that never look into it, but I always like, but I think it's interesting.
This is from, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star judge.
All international judges, they are in this system. And it's actually possible, as far as I know, for national federations also to use it for their national judges. It's like a license that you buy for money, I guess. And then you can also use it like on a national. I know that Holland and some countries, they use this also for their national judges.
Never saw it.
Especially to see these block things where you are.
Yeah.
I always take a look at that.
Yeah.
And it's very nice because they send it for the ones who don't know. They put it on procedural and freestyle, so you know, I'm always slower or always higher.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good. I mean, I always say to people, dressage, when it comes to dressage or judging dressage, that's the only time in life where I just want to be average. I mean, in all other aspects, I don't mind to be above or below average, but in dressage judging, I just want to be average. Like we want to be like exactly in the middle or like exactly where everybody else, I mean, because somehow that's where we think we should be in a way. Sometimes, okay, I don't mind, I can be 5% off, and hopefully I know with myself I had a good reason, I had a good position, I could see the tongue, I could see whatever. Then we don't mind, but at the end of the day, I like to be average. Huh? And, this is just for you to know that we can be biased, we can have our own opinion about everything, but we will be analyzed, especially as international judges, always with every movement, every single mark we give. Good, guys. So, I like this one. Did you all try to download this app? Do you know it on your iPhone? It's actually, I mean, I will only encourage you to do it. It's super fun. It's just, I mean, we can have better discussions and we can, you know, and I can, hopefully, if it all works with the Wi-Fi and everything, I can show you the results. So, I mean, if you, for some reason, go into App Store or whatever, where you find your apps, you can download this one. It's for free. And then you just make your own profile there. You just put in your name. You don't need to put in a lot. And it should be, for those of you who have entered already, it should say something like Seminar Sao Paulo now. Yeah? You see that? Yeah? Yeah? And I don't know if this one shows this one, then you will enter on the next page here, and then it should say something like videos or something like that.
Vídeos.
Yeah, videos, and then you, if you enter videos, it will say like rider 1, and then you have to say something, I will want to judge for every movement. And then on the top, you can say like video number 1, and I will let you know which video we have to judge. And then you scroll up and down to get the right mark. And then when you're done, then you have to submit for that one video. Huh? And then, yes, when we are done with all, we will do 12 different movements. And then at the end, you have to, it says in Denmark, in Danish here, bekræft og send, that means confirm and send. But that's at the very end. No. So it's just like a way of making it a little bit more interactive. It's absolutely for everybody. You don't need to be a dressage judge, I mean, at all. We will just go ahead, try it out. We'll hopefully manage, some of us. And the interesting part, hopefully, if it works out, I'll show you all our results immediately on the screen. So we will all know how many of us gave a 6 and how many of us gave a 4, and so all in all, directly. Any questions to this, or?
At the moment, no.
Yeah, everybody is just like, I don't. Not yet, not yet.
I'm so happy that.
Yeah. So, I just want to see the next one, and so yes. So the next part of it would be videos and judging. For those of you who know or have been on some of my seminars, I have like 1 billion of videos, or we can look on videos from now on till Christmas. I have so many videos. But that's just a little bit me. I like to discuss, from actual videos we can see, and I love these discussions, and you should just, as I said, knock yourself out. Just comment, do whatever. I saw this, I saw that. Why? how is it that I didn't see whatever you saw? You know, we all know that we do it in sort of different ways. So I think we should just somehow go ahead, and I had some, it's kind of a new set of videos, and I had them in a different format, so I couldn't put them in the presentation, but I will try to put them up on the video, and then we can just take video by video. I have in this presentation more than 60 videos, but I mean, we won't manage to go through 60 videos.
No, tomorrow I'm not going to be here to watch nothing. I'm going to watch what's happening.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah. But I mean, as I said, I have a lot of videos here also. I mean, they're all like interesting, lots of things going on. Some of them are really good. Cool. Are you up for this? Ready to go?
Yes.
Good. Good. I will just see if I can somehow end this. And I will let you know which one we have to judge here now. For some reason this one is just close this one. Good. So let's start with one here, and then we can talk about this one in particular. Can you all see it here? See if I can manage. Well, I will let you know which one you have to give in the. We'll just see it again. I'll let you know. You don't have to enter anyone in the system yet. I'll let you know which one you have to judge. So this is just like an introduction to, and this is the same again. Okay, so for the first one that we just saw now, do you have any ideas, mark-wise? Do you recognize the horse?
Yes.
Kind of. So already there you're biased, huh? No, because you've all seen this at the Olympics, at so you're already in your mind like, this can only be like a good mark, okay? It was also a really nice entrance, that's why I used it. But there are lots of good things in this one. So if you see, and this was of course on Grand Prix level, it doesn't really matter what level it is, but it had more or less all the good characteristics that we wanted to see. Very clear in the paces, clear rhythm. It was supple, it was relaxed, it was accepting, listening to the rider. The hold was super nice, very balanced. She kept the contact, and the move off was really, really good. So do we have any marks? How much would you give? Now I prepped you all to give like a really, what would you give? Any ideas?
My finger should stop on an 8.5, but it stopped on a 9, and I'm fine with that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. 9. Anything else? Are anyone like significantly lower, or and if you are, that's fine. Then I would just be. interested in your comments on a protocol. Like when you said 8.5, do you have any reasons why it should be an 8.5 and not higher?
No, I think I don't have a good reason when you
No,
say that.
but that's also fair. I mean, that's absolutely fair.
I was very impressed with it, both that he come in, stand still, square, and when he went forward, the first step was equal as all the others, and he was already steady in the pole and was pushing good from behind.
Yeah.
So maybe I should have given it 10 million.
But that's what I mean. That is a little bit the discussion sometimes, and for a lot of us, this about giving 9s and 10s is actually like a super difficult exercise, because our problem is that we don't really have enough to compare with. And the thing about the mark 10 in itself, it's not perfect. But for some reason, you know, that's a little bit what sticks in our mind, that 10 is perfect. 10 is actually only excellent. I mean, and we can see a lot of excellent, and we can have 5 different movements. They can all be excellent, and they can be different. I mean, they don't have to be perfect in the perfect situation. They can just still be excellent. And people sometimes, yeah, but if you see a better one, what do? Well, I just give another 10, because it's still excellent. I mean, it can be excellent. So yes, we can have excellent on different levels. Do you get what I mean? It can just be excellent for different reasons. It can be excellent on different. So yes, I think in this one, and that's why I wanted to start off with this one, just to maybe, you know, take you a little bit out of this comfort zone, because we somehow in our minds are a little bit stuck with our sort of ideas. This is a. So I can absolutely understand. Now I'm just picking on your 8.5. I kind of understand that, because it's a little bit like, and then we have like 100 reasons suddenly in our head, and then we are like, no. But if we step back and when we think, why not higher? Why not higher? The thing is, when we sit there, often we don't have the time. I mean, we cannot pause and stop the video or the ride, I mean, and then think about it, and have I actually ever seen an entrance better than this? We can't. But I think for the riders, yes. But that comes with experience, and you know, if you have a lot of things that you can compare to, then. So if you see, my point is that if you see something like this, I mean, try to think a little bit out of the box, and at least try to be honest to yourself and say, okay, why is this not excellent? You know, there were so many good things for this movement. And if you don't have like a really, really good argument, and I know this was Charles Dujardin, it was Vallecro at the peak of it, blah, 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 blah. But we should try to sort of put ourselves out there, and then, yeah, just try to be honest and say, okay, maybe this was excellent, or it could be excellent. It might not be perfect, but it could still be excellent. Yeah? Does that make sense? And yeah.
It's more for 10 than for 9.
I kind of, well, now this is just me being super honest. I know I would be a chicken. I would give a 9-ish. And then I would probably have some stupid reason, like, oh, maybe it could be a little bit more light, and the reins were a little bit shorter, blah, 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 blah. But this is just me being honest. And you know, especially when giving seminars, I always use myself as a stupid example. I know I would be a chicken. Afterwards, I would be like, if 1 or 2 of my colleagues had given a 10, I would be, damn it. I should have been the one giving a 10. Because now that I've looked at this video 50 sometimes, oh, damn it, you know, it's still like in my top 5 of entries that I've ever seen. So,
I saw it and I thought, 9.
yeah. And again,
And then I thought exactly, why not a 10?
yeah, but that is a little bit, and that's also, it's a human thing that we chicken out sometimes, and then and we as judges, we know, then we start coming up with all the remarks, and could be lighter, could be perfect, but That's never the thing in dressage. We never, I mean, we strive for perfection, but we will never see perfect. And, so that was just like a little bit my point here. Try to put yourself out there. And yes, if there is anything, just admit it. I wished I would have been the one giving a 10 for this one. You know. Okay, next one. This is also, you don't have to give a mark for this one, but this is just up for discussion, this one. If I can somehow manage to, I will show it to you again. Wait. Here it is again. So now you can start thinking about what would you write on the protocol. You've given your mark, and then you need to write something on the protocol on the sheet. What would your comment be? So I'm not going to ask you again because now all you. So the thing is here that we see different things here. Now, I mean, this is another world. We just came from this whatever 9, 10-ish kind of entrance, and now we have different issues. So in canter, do we see anything in the canter part, the first part before the halt? Any? He's not straight, yeah, he was like clearly bent to one side, like, okay, that's one thing. Also for the, I mean, should be more straight in canter, what do I know? And then the halt, do we have any, the halt was kind of okay-ish, yeah?
When he stood still, it was okay,
Yeah,
but it was a lot of things going on before he stood still.
Yeah, I mean, he took like a couple of, yeah. But I mean, we see that a lot. I mean, okay, they don't all jump into the halt and stuff. I mean, so he took like 1, 2 steps. Yes, that's also one thing that we could mention. And then we had the move off.
That was horrible.
Yeah, because he was, yeah, and what was also, I mean, I know that the video, when you look at the video, you start thinking, is there something wrong with the video? But it's actually not, there is nothing wrong with the video. What is the main issue here with this trot coming out of the halt?
The rhythm.
Yeah, the rhythm. He was clearly not regular in the trot. Yeah, and then you are like quick and say, oh, I would ring the bell. I would wait. I mean, but
I'm not a judge.
no, I know, but I know what you come from in a. I mean, but here the most important thing is that we should see, yes, not being straight. The halt could whatever be better. But the main issue was this irregularity, almost looking lame, if you ask me, in the trot, or clearly irregular, almost all the way. So yes, for the mark, again, like I started out saying, I mean, this not being straight, that was kind of the top pillars that, like I said, so we have to deduct a little bit from the actual mark. But then we had this unevenness, the rhythm problem that was like almost throughout. It was clearly in almost all trot steps. And that is where I want you to be like deadly clear with your marks. Then you have to be like, boom. It's obvious here. Sometimes we have this a little bit suspicion. We have a lot of these situations, but this is not one of them. This is clear from the halt to the turn. So in these situations, we have as judges quite a lot of arguments. You know, like I said, what you have to put on the sheet, you know, your scribe will be all paralyzed after, you know, because you were like, could be more straight in canter, halt could be more clear in transitions, more lightness in contact, pull could be higher, but serious problems with the regularity in trot. And then we have to be, like I said, super clear with our marks. In this case, I mean, I would be on a 4. And then I don't care about if she managed to come in, I just want the rider to be 100% clear that this is not good. This is not good. So I won't kill you if you give a 5 or 5.5 or whatever for some reasons. But I will start picking on you if you give 6s still for this kind of movement. And yes, I know sometimes it's difficult to look at a video and but you have to bear this in mind. This is not a situation where you think, is there something wrong with the rhythm? This is clearly uneven in trot. I will show it to you again later on, the same horse, but this is not the one. I promise you, out there in the real life, there are hundreds of horses where you think, maybe 1, 2 step, but this is not one of them. And if you see 1 or 2 steps, you will go down 1 mark, half a mark, depending on what it is. But this is what I call almost like a firewall. You have to be super clear in your marks and make it clear to the rider. Don't come into my arena if the horse is like this. Yeah, Thunder?
I have a question. Because sometimes when you see something like that, and for instance, she said, I would ring the bell. I would wait for the diagonal, for example. But so it's really for the judge. So when do you really say, now I ring the bell? For example, the horse is pooping, and so he's a little bit unbalanced, and he goes a little bit like this, then he goes back. Then you just like to say, okay, he was in the
Tens,
back,
whatever,
let's wait a minute, or you will ring the bell and put the horse out. So there are a lot of situations when you really have a doubt.
Exactly. And I think, I mean, I know for myself, if I see, this is a little bit what we call, if it's throughout the whole movement, then I start putting my hand on the bell, kind of. And if it's in more movement, because you will see horses that are clearly irregular on one rein, but not on the other. And the thing is, if you're not quick as a dressage judge, suddenly he would go on the other rein, and then you're doomed. Then you're like, oh, fuck, what, I mean, now he's kind of okay. And you can also see horses like only in, let's say, in lateral work, they will be like limping all over the diagonal. But then when he goes on a straight line, he's kind of okay. So you have to really make up your mind. Mine is always a little bit, if I see the same clear tendency in more movements, I try not to ring the bell in a lateral movement, let's say in leg yielding or half pass or whatever, because there are like tons of reasons why some horses look a little bit unbalanced. But if it's like clearly throughout one more movements, then I start ringing the bell. But it's just one thing, and that it also comes with experience as a judge. I mean, you will have seen more situations, and you will be sort of more and more clear, and also more and more brave, because that's also what it takes sometimes, to ring out whoever the favorite of the show, or what do I know. But that's just how it is. And in my experience, most of the riders, they will be understanding, and some of them will even come up to you afterwards and say, yeah, I'm sorry, I mean, yeah.
Because it's a thing of welfare for the horse.
It is, and as a dresser...
It's a lot of responsibility if you don't take your time to think about it.
But that is also, I mean, that is a little bit also as dressage judge, you are a little bit the ambassador of the welfare in that situation. I mean, even in the warming up, we have at international shows, TDs or stewards, and they will overlook the warming up, but in the dressage arena, it's a little bit your job, your responsibility. And trust me, nowadays with videos and I mean, the critics, they'll be sure that they will only show this short glimpse of in one corner, and then they will hang you from the next tree, So this was just one situation where you thought, okay, this is a little bit one thing that you should sort of bear in mind. Good. Let's have a look at the next one. Then I think that was the warming up before we start judging here now. So let's have a look at this one, if I can make it somehow work. I'm sorry about this. This is because I have it in this stupid format. No, not that one. We can do this one now. So this was, of course, the last halt. You see that the rider let go of it. Any comments to this one? What was the big problem here? Immobility, of course, yeah. I mean, I made it this was kind of easy. Huh? And, so the question is, of course, I mean, because the trot was kind of okay, coming on the last center line, it was the last halt at the end of the test. The thing is, of course, how strict should we be? So if you are the super kind judge, then you are like, oh, I saw one tiny, tiny, tiny split second of immobility, so I stayed on a what do I know mark. And if you are the super strict judge, you said, no, he did not stand still, not for 1 second. And that is, of course, one of the most important things of this particular movement, this acceptance, standing still, saluting, off we go. So the thing is, now, just for you to give some marks here, how low would you go? What would your mark be, Sergio?
I would think 4, 3.
4 or 3.
Yeah, 4 to 3.
So you are nodding here.
I would be lower.
You would be lower?
Yeah.
So,
Because I saw Piaf there, I didn't see a wall.
yeah, some weird steps on the spot. You've seen better Piafs than Liz, or yeah.
But I didn't.
But we've also seen
I
worse.
didn't see a hold.
We've-
I saw
we've-
the tendency or a goodwill from the rider to try to do a hold. I didn't see that.
Yeah. The thing is, and that's a little bit my point, if you try to be sort of the nice, of course, when you look to the movement in itself, you have to come on the center line in trot, you have to do some kind of transition into being at the marker on the same spot, standing still for seconds,
Okay.
for the rider to, don't interrupt, for the rider to salute. So these are the main issues in this movement. And then, of course, we as a judge, we have to make up our mind what is the most important thing. Yes, I agree. The most important thing is, the transitions, standing still. This is what we expect from the horse to do. Also after a test, it should still be relaxed, or the rider should show, look, I've done this super nice test and it's still all relaxed at the end. I love it when we see some of the good riders, in big stadiums, and they come at the very last halt and they just let the rein loose and the horse is still standing there forever. I mean, that amazes me. I mean, that gives me the chills or the goosebumps in there. Yeah. So yes, I kind of also think that's the most important thing. So I can understand, if you're being nice and trying to take all the other things into consideration, then you might end up on a 4 or 3. 3, I think maybe it's kind of a good. But I can also understand if you go lower, because it's a little bit the very clear message that we want to send to the rider. Okay, you kind of managed the trot, but you did certainly not manage the halt. I mean, the rider, he tried. He stood there forever. He could just have done this and then off. And we see that a lot. I mean, a lot of riders say, no, this last halt, I'm not in a million years, that they'll just make like the shortest halt in history and then off we go. And then we as a judge, we are a little bit like, that was quick, but this rider, he actually tried. I mean, he really, really tried. And I was a little bit like, okay, I take my hat off. He tried. He really, really tried to make the horse stand. But okay, at the end of the day, we still have to give a mark if we like the rider, if we acknowledge that he tried. You can always put it in the remarks, like, okay, You really made an effort. It didn't work out, but you really tried hard. So yes, I can also understand if you go lower, let's say a 2. You cannot go to a 1. That's because the trot is also part of it, But we have to, just as a judge, we have to be very clear. The last thing is also that at the very end of the test, we as judges, our minds are already somewhere else, because now we have to give the collective marks, we have to write the end comment, So too many judges get away, or writers get away with this kind of super short haul, to and off, and we're like, oh, that was quick, 6.5, and poof. And that's just cheating. So, I mean, as I said, be precise, look at it, judge the movement, finish it off, and then I think in this one, if you are being really, really honest, really, really strict, you would be somewhere 3. I would probably end up at 3. But yeah. But I can also understand if I had a colleague and said, no way, I gave a 2. And I would be like, fair enough. I don't have a problem with that. The thing is that we have to be super clear as judges. I mean, the rider, he knows, especially in this. I mean, he knew. I mean, he was standing there for, I don't know, 10 seconds. So he knew that was shit. I mean, and he didn't go for the high mark. He just really tried hard to get the horse to understand and accept. Yeah. Does it make sense? Yeah. Yeah. Good. So now, guys, I just need to see what time it is. 2:48. Yeah. I think for this one, let this one be video number 1. So if for those of you who want to judge, then you can go on your spectator judging, as I said, videos, rider number 1, and then it will say video number 1 on the top. There is like 12 videos, I think. So I will show you the video, and because this is the first one, I will show it to you twice. And then you give a mark, and then we discuss it afterwards. Huh? Okay? Yeah. Let's see if it works. I'll show it to you again. Yeah. So, I mean, don't mind this so much, and I'll just try to... Okay, have you entered your... Maybe I have to refresh this again. Don't mind me, now you have time to... You can just help each other if you have problems with... I can see. For some reason I cannot. Have you all entered some marks in the, yeah?
Pode apertar de novo no ar. Aí, dá. Só apertar de novo. Vai apertando? Vai apertando e vai. Vamos baixar um pouquinho.
Hey, Daniel. Sorry about this. Yeah, it's because I am on my it's on my computer here that I wanted to. I type in I'm this. If you just let me know, the admin.equestrian hub and then / what? Dressage, and then what did you /? Oh, now it came. Wait 1 second. Sorry, I'm sorry about this. Spectator / or minus judging. Minus. Yeah, maybe that's. Yeah, because then when I get in, I thought I don't know why it's it didn't come up like. Okay. 1 second, I will. Daniel, doing link. Yes. Okay, then we do video number 1, and then. Okay, but nothing is in. Oh, competitor. Rider 1, sorry about that. Okay, here we go. Good. Oh, you're a superstar. Thank you. Sorry about that. Sorry. Thank you. Bye. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. Technical issues, like always. Boom. So, for those of you interested here, so now we started out with these movements, like some really, really good and some really, really bad and some shit. And now I wanted to show you some of these examples that we see all the time, you know, because like this, we see that every second entrance is a little bit like this, or at least that's the kind of problems or issues that we have to deal with. I mean, we don't get to see valecos or, you know, horses jumping up and down. We see this kind of entrances most of the time. So I think, okay, we started out with this that was kind of easy, and then let's get down into it. So this is what we see. So this is a little bit this is our marks. This is what we as a group gave here as a mark. This is the marks, which looks kind of good. So we as a group, we did kind of good. We had some giving 6, 6.5, and 7. So no weird 3s or 10s or what do I know. So we kind of united here as a group. So now I'm going to ask you, Claudia, now you. So as a judge, what would your comment be? What would you say to the rider? What would you put on the sheet for this one?
After the halt was not on the beat, he was above the beat, and not attentive to the halt.
Yeah.
And it took a little bit, not steady, but at the end he got a nice square halt.
Yeah.
But it was not steady, not prompt.
Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely agree. So what did you end up giving?
6.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. So the main issue here is, of course, that he's not really on the bit in the halt. I mean, he took his, like, he was looking everywhere. And that's a little bit one of the, I mean, because he was sort of immobile. He was standing still. He's okay, maybe he was not like 100% square. He could, I mean, the transitions could be easier, all that, blah, blah, blah. But the main issue was this really not being on the bits, not attentive in, like you pointed out. So for me, I mean, as your instructor here, course director today, that would be the most important thing for me, for you to put on the sheet that, hey, you did kind of okay, you managed to come in, stood more or less still, immobile, and then you moved off and trot all. But he was not on the bit in the halt. No. And we see that quite a lot. So I totally agree. And yes, if you are kind of the Mr. or Mrs. Nice, then you would say, oh yeah, had a nice canter and he trotted off kind of, and he was da. But we also know as dressage judges, we are not going to war because of this small difference. I mean, we would say, okay, fair enough, you had a point. You gave a 6 and you had good arguments, and I gave a 7 because I was being nice and da-da-da-da. So we're not going to war for this disagreement. This is kind of okay, and this is also acceptable. My biggest point is that no matter if you do one or the other, you have to be clear to the rider. So this rider should, after this movement say, okay, fair enough, that was a point. Next time we need to be more. Or if you are even being the nice one, you have to give some comment about not really on the bit in the halt, but nice move off or something. So do you get it? Do you get my point that you have to be clear to the rider? That is why I stayed on the 7. This is why I give you the 6. So if it's clear to the rider, they will be happy in the end. And we will not, as I said, start a war between our little judges group here. We will be, okay, fair enough. You had your point, your argument, I had mine. Okay? But this is just what we see all the time, this kind of issues here.
Depends the position of the judge, no?
Also,
Yes.
a little bit, yeah, a little bit. But as I said, the main issue with this, I mean,
this case, no.
even if you had it from in the forest, in the sky,
No, this case, no.
that should be, yeah, but I agree. Sometimes you are... You have an excuse or good explanation why you could not see da-da-da. So, but yes, in this case, we should just be clear. So it should be easy for the rider to understand. I'm sorry, guys, about this little, I mean, this is like a new thing, this using this, now I called Mr. Black Horse from Germany, in order just to keep it right. And now he did send me a new link, what I thought I was prepared, and I had this special link in order to go in, because I think it's kind of interesting and fun that you give the marks and we see it immediately. And I know, personally, that the discussion is always a little bit more honest when we can see what kind of marks we gave as a group. Because I tell you, we will have poof in a minute. And then we as a group, maybe we will have reasons why to go into a war, but now, right now, not. We all happy, we still sort of on the same line. Okay, let's go on and see what we can do. So I will just, the next one we don't have to judge this one. We will have some, this is just another example here from so my question is now, if you think about the one that you just gave a mark, and then you think about this one. So, which one is the better one? The first one or the last one? The one you had to give a mark in your system, the one that looked, or the last one we just saw? Which one is the better one? The first one? Yeah, we all kind of agree. So, and now it's just me being a little bit on you, because I want you to think, this is what we have to, because if I'm going to pick on your 6 now, then you would have been even lower on this one? Or what? You would maybe have stayed on the same?
I would have stayed on the same.
Yeah.
Dealing with different problems.
Yeah.
Not the same issues.
Okay, fair enough. Because the thing is, again, here...
It was the second one not straight.
Yeah.
A little bit unbalanced, and more on the bit on the halt.
So he was not as
not
far away, but he was also not really on the bit. And then, of course, we had a little bit like a quality with the gaits and the trot and the I mean, we have lots of things. The only thing is that I just want you to be sort of in your way of thinking, you know, this one was maybe better than this one. And then we as judges have to make up our mind, so do I go lower or do I just stay on the same mark? So in this one, yes, you could argue, okay, I stay on the same mark, but you could also argue that, okay, maybe I'll go half a mark lower with this one. Because you had kind of arguments, it could be more straight, it could be, you know, the contact could be better, the trot could be blah, 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 you know, all these things. So for me, the important thing is that it's more or less on the same mark. If you half mark lower, I'm not going to kill you for that. But if you are, just be sure that you have your arguments on the paper, because that's where the rider will look. So if you decide to go down, then you put all your good arguments, because you have arguments here as a judge. So just be sure about that. So sometimes, yes, we will see more or less completely different horses, different situations, and they will end up with the same stupid mark. But we just have to be clear that we get our arguments on the paper. Otherwise, the riders will not understand it. You know. Yeah?
I was going to be like 6.5 on the first one, and then a 6 here. But I do have a difficulty to judge this type of horses that they are not really on the beat. You know, when they go all the way around, I'm always like, okay, 6s, and then suddenly my colleagues are 5s. So what should I do? Should I stand like we're not really on the beat on a 5, or just try to find a 6 because it's like a bone or something like that?
Yeah.
Because I really have this difficulty.
Yeah. And that's also, and that is super difficult sometimes. What I think, first of all, it depends a little bit on the level, of course, like, you know, is it a children or novice or I mean, they don't have to be, yeah. So there is, I mean, depending on the level of test, you know, we expect some kind of, you know, connection, contact, you know, we expect them to be more or less on the bit, at least like a through connection from rider to horse kind of. That doesn't mean that on lower levels they have to be like in the perfect frame or position, but at least we need to see some kind of connection. The problem is, of course, in these two examples, I mean, the connection is lost, they are everywhere. So if you have these horses, if you think the connection is more or less there, then you can be lenient, because on lower levels, it's not in Grand Prix or Small Tour or whatever, I mean, then we expect them to be on the bit in the right frame. And the same thing goes, you know, when the horses become a little bit too short in the neck. And we know as judges, that's where we get the differences sometimes. Because if you start accepting, okay, maybe this is a little bit too open, but I am still on a 6.5, and you have one or two colleagues that will say like, no, 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 then you will end up with differences. And the same goes if the horse is a little bit short in the neck. After a while, we will see like, whoops, suddenly we have 5, 6, 7, 10% difference because of that. So that's a little bit, you know, for me, it depends on the level of the test. And yes, certainly as a judge, I can accept them being a little bit too open on the lower levels, not on Grand Prix levels, of course, but I'm also being super picky on being too short in the neck, almost on all levels. And, because too short in the neck is bad if you are children or Grand Prix. And, yeah. So in that way, you just have to sort of make up your mind. So guys, next movement. Now we are doing extended trot on the diagonal. And now I'm not going to show you examples. This is video number 2. Yeah, video number 2 in your rider number 1. So video number 2. Any questions? Yeah. And then, so no explanations, no blah, blah, blah before. Now we just give a mark. And then we talk about it afterwards. Video number 2. Yeah, yeah. Extended trot. I'll show it to you again here. So, did you put in some marks? Yeah. So, I know sometimes, with this system, and if you're not used to it, you pick a wrong video and you enter different or wrong mark or whatever, or your finger slipped, or, we have tons of excuses sometimes, but it should be video number 2. So you all entered some kind of mark in video number 2? Yeah? Good. Are you ready to see the results of our judging here? Wait, where did I go? Oops. Good. So I have to refresh one. I think I just have to. Here we are. Good. Yeah. Oof. Saved by the bell. Huh? No. Good. That's also very good. Not too difficult. Not too difficult. So here for this one, 7, 7 5s, and 8. Are we all kind of happy with that? As a judge, when we do extended trots, what do we have to look for? What is kind of very important? Huh? Yeah. So here, rhythm, yeah. Ground cover, lengthening of steps, opening of frame, but also transitions coming into, going out to, and yes, of course, we have to look on the short side also, because in most of the tests, or at least in some tests, that belongs to the movement. So there are kind of a lot of things to look at. Of course, the diagonal with the actual extension is the sort of the most important thing. And in this one, as I said, not too difficult. We had like a lot of expressions. Paul, we had good extensions, power, energy. I could kind of agree on because I kind of he took some risk, this rider. He really went for it, which I liked. And the horse he could follow, he lengthened the steps. Okay, maybe he could have opened the frame a little bit more. But then again, the thing is with these one, we don't really know what level it is. It looked a little bit like a small Tour Grand Prix-ish, whatever, but he could maybe have lengthened the frame a little bit more, and maybe it was a little bit hurried. But then again, I kind of like that he took some risk. He really went for it. So I kind of can understand, I can understand the 7 and 7.5 and 8. Now I'm just giving you a little bit your arguments why to stick to the 7 or to the 8. But I think personally I would be on the 7, 5, 8-ish, and then I would write something like, could maybe open frame a little bit more, nice coming back, but overall good risk taken. That would be my super long comment to this one. So not a difficult one, and I think we're not going into war. We're not going to have big arguments over this one. Good. I hope I'll get this. I'm sorry about this. I don't know if it's a Wi-Fi thing or whatever it is. So let's have a look at the next one. So this next one is not, you don't have to judge this one, we just look at it and talk about it. Wait, that was, sorry. So, this one, it's also like, it's a clear extension. I mean, you can see the horse is like lengthening, and I know there is some expression into it. There is enough overtrack, overstepping, but we have some small issues. Huh? A little bit of balancing, like the discussion we had this about being irregular or uneven throughout the diagonal. That's not the case. So here, I know for myself, I was like, oh, maybe she's rushing a little bit into and that's why he's a little bit, struggling with, keeping the balance or whatever. So for me, this is not like a irregularity. This is just like small, very short losses of whatever rhythm or regularity. So in my little book of dressage, okay, we would have to go down because it happens not once, but like maybe a couple of times on the diagonal. So yes, there's good things, clear extension, clear overtrack, some risk taken, but also some problems that we would have to go down on. So for me, I mean, an extension like that, I would be careful to give more than 6. I mean, I could still accept the 6, but I could also accept if you go lower, if you're on a 5.5-ish kind of mark for this one. Because if it had happened only one, I could have said, okay, that can happen. It came out of the corner, maybe she went a little bit too much, and we see that quite a lot. So we see these quite a lot, I mean, of times, riders trying a little bit too hard, they really want to show us a good extension, and then we have these problems, the horses can't really keep up. But then again, we also know from our training skill, we have to be a little bit strict on this with the rhythm issues, so we have to go down. So maybe for the rider, let them know some small irregularities, maybe a little bit too hurried, try less the next time, in order to keep it more balanced. Does that make sense? Yeah. Good. So next one. So the next one is you have to judge. So that would be video number 3 for you. Are you ready to rock? Video number 3. If it works, then why? Maybe not. It's really here we go. So now you have to enter your mark in video number 3.
That should be extended trot.
That was extended trot? Yeah, still extended trot on the diagonal. Yeah, we're all good? Have you all entered some kind of mark? Okay, guys. Now we start talking. Now it looks a little bit more like dressage judging in real life, huh? And now we get a little bit all over the place. But then again, not really, because we have like a kind of a big group on 5.5, 6. But we also have like a 4 and we have a 7 in the same group. It's not a lot. I mean, most of us, we agree on this one. So I know it's not really fair of me that, I mean, we can discuss about the easy ones and then I give you these ones. I mean, but this is just because I want you, I mean, like I said, this is what we see a lot. We see a lot of these, you know, extended trots or supposed to be extended trots. If we look back to the one we just had, the one where I said, okay, we had some kind of balance, small irregularities, but the rider, she went for it. It was a clear extension, but she had this small da-da-da-da-da. Then we have this one. Yeah, she's not really going for it. She comes onto the diagonal. Okay, it's not the same kind of quality to begin with, but she didn't really go for it. And as she's going on the diagonal, you kind of have the feeling that maybe there is a reason why she's not really going for it. Because at the end, at least after X, you know, we kind of see a tendency to have sort of more rhythm issues as we go along. So my point on this one would be, I think I would personally agree with this one. And that's a little bit my, you know, comparing to the one we just had. And if I said, okay, if we give a 6 for that, we would have to go a little bit lower for this one because she's not taking any risk. We hardly don't see any overtrack. And after X, we kind of see some rhythm issues. Does it make sense? So you just... Yeah. So, and again, if you give a 4 for this one, I mean, then you better be dead sure about your arguments on the sheet. I mean, I'm not going to kill you as a colleague, but I would see, you know, what did you put in if you gave a 4, what did you write? And I think this, I mean, I can certainly understand the 6. I mean, and again, like a starting point, if you're being nice and you're da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But here again, what I wanted you to sort of realize is here, compared to the first one, she didn't really take any risks, she didn't go for it, and I certainly had the feeling there was a reason why she didn't go for it, because the horse could not keep up with it at the end. Okay, now it starts getting more interesting here with the marks and yeah, we just take one more and then okay, are you ready to see the next one? Yeah. Good. So that was our friend from the beginning, and here you could see this clear irregularity. I mean, this horse is clearly lame. It's not irregular anymore. This is lame. So me, if I'd been there already in the entrance, riding clearly irregular, and now this, then I would really have my hand on the bell, because this is irregular on the whole diagonal. And if I, for some reason, was sitting on the long side and I was not at C, and the judge at C didn't ring the bell, I would be super low in my mark. In this one, because it's almost like every step, like 3 is a maximum you can give for this one. You cannot even give a 4. Think about when you give a 4 for an extension, that might be a super nice extension and then a little bit of canter and then back to a nice extension. Then you give a 4. But this one is lame all the way. So we have to be super strict on this. If it's from the beginning till the end, boom, down with the marks. And if you are at C, then you put the bell in the window, or you start thinking about bringing this one out. This one is too much. Yeah?
Can I ask something? So, okay, I'm not in C, I'm sitting on D or something like this, and I don't want to give a number on this. I want the source up. Can I tell her, oh, C, wake up?
Yeah.
Can I do this as a judge?
I mean, internationally now we have a system where you can actually push a button, say, I detected lameness, or I see lameness on this horse, which is kind of nice for us, because sometimes when you're at sea and it's a big competition and you're a little bit stressed, I mean, then it just helps you that your colleagues have seen the same. You're not alone with your decision. But I mean, we also know smaller competitions where you don't have this nice system. And let me be honest, now this is just me being honest. I've been screaming my lungs out to my colleagues, and they know me. I'm the stupid vet, and I've been like, to begin with, psst, psst, waving with the papers, put the hand out. I've been horrible. But I've also had colleagues coming up to me and say, hey, sip it. I mean, I'm the one to make the decision. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I can't help it. If it's that much, I know I would be almost falling out of my box. So
Exactly, because I had a problem not to find the number for it, because it was so bad.
Yeah. The thing is, if you are at ERB and the judge at C is just like stone-faced, you don't see anything, you just have to give a bloody number. Just give a low number. That's what I'm telling you. Just give a low number. And if you cannot, get in contact with them or whatever, But that is a little bit the way it works. I mean, you can try in a nice way, and you can shout yourself up. Okay, guys, now we have a break. How long should we do? 15 minutes, and we're back for more videos. Okay, guys, should we go on? Okay, are we ready? Okay. So now we're going on. I'm kind of more or less trying to follow a little bit like a small tour path here when it comes to the movements. So the next one will be a little bit about shoulder in and half passes in trot. And the first one that I would like to, you don't have to judge this one, but we can just look at it and then see what we think. Wait. Just see it one more time here. So this is just a little bit to get you going. Now, it's not, do any one of you have any, like, what would you write to the rider? What would you put on the sheet or the protocol? Do you have any, like, good comments to the rider? Should have gone a little bit more forward, you should have bent a little bit more. I mean, or is it just as good as it gets? I mean, I can put my head out there. For me, this on small tour, this is almost as good as it gets. I mean, this one. If you see shoulder in, circle, half pass like this, in this kind of flow, good activity, good sort of elasticity, nice correct bend, super nice frame, happy horse, then you need to, roll out the big guns. Now, so I want you to, if you see quality like this, then you better get ready with your 8, 9s, and 10s. And then you can knock yourself out if you go a little bit up or a little bit down or da. I just want you to be super prepared to a rider that can produce something like that, to explain why you, let's say, only gave an 8 for the circle, or you only gave a 9 for the shoulder in, or you only gave a 9.5 for the half pass. This is almost as good as it gets on this level. The thing is, we hardly see any like really, really, really high quality. I mean, we see a lot of not so good quality, even on small tour levels in shoulder in, circle, and half passes. But this is good. This is very good. This is almost excellent. And as I said, it's a little bit like question of temperament, where you come from, where you sit, if you do one or the other. I'm just here to let you know that if you see this, then goosebumps, some of you will start crying, I mean, things like that. This is really good. I was judging, this is from Aachen, Glamourdale, world champion, did the small tour, and we all came out and we were like, what? What happened? And I tell you, we all stood afterwards and said, I should have given more. I should have given more. I should have given more. And I've seen so many videos, and I've compared and compared and compared. And if you see this kind of flow and quality, just give high marks. I don't care. Just give high marks. And if you go low, and now I'm talking low, is that if you dare to give 7.5 or something like that, then you better have like a pretty good argument. Then, I mean, it's only like super small details like the circle. Maybe he could have sort of tracked a little bit more, because the trot is so big and powerful that, okay, the hind legs might not, track exactly up in, I mean, a big horse like this, when he's trotting, the trot is so big, maybe once in a while he will step a little bit outside the track. But again, that would be my reason to go down to an 8 in the circle. But then I'm being the picky one, because I tell you, if you sit on the long side, you wouldn't have a clue, or if you sit on the short side, you wouldn't have a clue, and then you would be on high marks. So just for you to know, print this in your mind. If you see something like that, just give high marks. High marks. Any questions about this one? We don't get to see that a lot. I mean, this horse is a 1 in a million, but it's just nice to see. Good. Next one before. So this one, is also pretty good, huh? I mean, again, nice kind of horse, has some expressions, all the white legs, you can see, nice crossing, and it's kind of easy, but it had like a really nice way of going. And the thing is, if the reason why I took this right after, so let's say you decided somehow to be the picky one on the first one, the Glamourdale one, and you were like, yep, I think it's a 7.5 because it could have been a little bit blah, 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 blah. Then you would have to go even lower for this one. I mean, even though this is pretty good, then you would have to be even more picky on this one. And as I see it, I would have been, and I can say that now, again, me being honest, I was being pretty picky on that Glamourdale ride, It's only afterwards I've kind of hoped that I would have given 10s and 9s, because if this one came in right after, I would still feel that I would need some space still to give this one kind of 8s for the, because it has this really nice elasticity and really nice crossing and was presented in a nice way, and she rode a little bit forward. So I would be kind of happy to give this one, the last one, like 8, 8, 7, 5-ish or something in that area. Can you follow me? And then we would have been a little bit picky on the Glamourdale one, if we'd given that one also like 8s, and because that is just this tiny bit better. So this one is also not bad. And again, we don't see that so much. But let's see the next one. So the next one is just to show you an example of a half pass. I know the video is not so easy, but let's see if we can. Yeah. So that was a Grand Prix half pass. Do you want to see it again? I know the video was not super good. I know. That was. I tried to. So have a look. So it's actually from the Grand Prix. So the thing is, if you see something like that, you can see here the rider, she's clearly in she has problems. Like, she's clearly in trouble. She's trying, somehow she doesn't succeed. There is absolutely no bend, and then you can see somehow halfway she's kind of giving up, and then she's kind of changing her strategy and saying, no, I have to counterflex, and then, okay, the rest of it looks more like leg yielding than half pass. So, okay, we can all, I mean, again, you don't have to be a dressage professor to see, okay, this is not really what we asked for, and she doesn't fulfill almost any of the criteria. The horse is also struggling with the rhythm because of whatever suppleness issue there is or might be. The only reason I took this is that if you see something like that, and yes, we've all been there, sometimes we see something and you start thinking, was this really a half pass? If it's like this, you have to be, again, super clear with your marks. Here we have really good arguments to go to a low mark, because this is not really what we asked for. She doesn't, I mean, almost not, maybe like half a step on the diagonal, where it looks as if it has the right bend, but otherwise there is no bend. At the end, it's a wrong bend. It's almost like a leg yielding, like I said, with rhythm problems. So in this case, even though she's kind of trotting from one marker to the other marker, I would still not more than a 2 for this one, because it's like completely wrong. It's not what we're asking for. So just for the rider, be super clear. You won't, on a Grand Prix level, you won't see many of this. But for those of you who are judging a lot, I mean, sometimes we do see something like that. Even on small tour, you are like, was this really a half pass? And most of the time, I tell you, we are being way too lenient and way too kind, and you will be like, oh yeah, 6-ish, more bend. I mean, we've all been there. We have to be honest. Sometimes we're just too lenient when it comes to that. But if we see something like that, boom, then we're being strict. We have lots of good arguments, and I'm sure the rider, she knows exactly why. So, now it's your turn again. Now we are going to super hot topic. It's walk pirouettes. Yeah, it's always fun to discuss walk. If as a course director for years now, I've always wondered why we always have these discussions about walk, but for some reason we have. If you have a really good solution on how to solve it, I'm all ears. Let me know how we can solve it, but for some reason we tend to see this walk a little bit different, and that's how it is. So this is the next one. You have to give a mark for this one. So this would be what, video number 5? Are we? 4? Sorry, video number 4 that you give a mark. So, and what you should give is she will do the walk pirouettes here on the short side in front of the judges. So what you should give is 1 mark for the first walk pirouette. The first walk pirouette. Okay?
First, okay,
I will have a look how far you are with your marks. Yeah, that it looks like this was video number 3, so we will go to video number 4 on your.
Only the first one?
Only the first pirouette, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can see some of you have somehow entered some marks around the, yeah, but that's okay. No worries. So what we do now is video number 4, yeah? For the first pirouette. You ready to rock? Good. Now you have to give your mark, and we just see the second one. Yeah? Are you happy? So you enter 1 mark in video number 4 for the first pirouette. Yeah?
wow. The 2 is mine, that's from the other video.
Yeah.
So
That's fine. That's what.
I'm a concur on this one.
That's what I just said. But nevertheless, people, now we start talking. Now this looks a little bit like judging dressage in real life. We will be all over the place. As I'm always saying to the rider, you can just pick your mark, pick your judge, whatever. And the thing is, I think it's a little bit interesting to see this kind of differences. And it's always the same. I mean, this is nothing special. For some reason, we see this walk a little bit different. Some are more picky on some than others. So overall, if you see these 2 walk pirouettes, so this is on young rider small tour level, so we expect some kind of collection before, after. The thing is, what I sometimes think, and it's a little bit this being biased, or your brain starts working before you're actually ready to give a mark, is that you're being a little bit influenced by the walk before, after, in between. So the thing is, most of our dressage tests, we actually have 1 mark for that. It's 1 specific mark for the walk before, after, between. So what we have to give is 1 mark for the walk pirouette and nothing else. But for some reason, our brain cannot sort of make the difference. So we always start thinking a little bit, did I see 1 step that was a little bit tiny? And I think that is one of the reasons why we tend to differ so much in this, because there is nothing unusual about these marks, and this is how it would look in real life. We would be freaking all over the place, yeah, and the riders are like, was it good, was it bad? I mean, what do you, I mean, was it 5.5 or was it 8.5? I mean, what was it? So, and I'm just trying to explain why can't we get it right as judges. But I think that's why because we are a little bit influenced of what we see, the preparation, how much do I take into the walk pirouette? Is it like 1, 2 steps before turning, or is it after? Did it come in straight, or all these things? Personally, if I see walk pirouettes like this, I thought they were both in really nice balance. There was really good rider control. There was some kind of collection, or at least the collection was clear enough. We can always discuss the quality of the walk, but that's kind of a different thing. So if we look to the pirouette, I think the walk rhythm was clear in the pirouette. It was small, it was very centered around the inside leg, you could see clearly crossing. There was correct bend, the rider was in a nice position. So actually, I'm kind of happy with this kind of walk pirouette. And for those of you judging a lot, we see a lot of different walk pirouettes all over the place. We see a lot of it. So just for you to sort of get like a reference point, if you see walk pirouettes like this, don't be so afraid to be in the good range, because we see a lot of mistakes. And as I said, the only sort of explanation why is that our brains get so influenced by this walk before and after. And yes, this one, okay, maybe it has like a slight difference of altering or changing the rhythm just a little bit. But we have to look at the walk pirouette in itself. I will show you more walk pirouettes, because it's always like a discussion. Huh? Yes, I would be on an 8. And of course, I've seen this video like 1,000,000 times now. But I would be an 8. And like I said, it's not because of the walk quality in itself, but what I really like is the way she's riding it. It's very controlled, it's very small, correct, nice bend. The horse is all relaxed, attentive, reacting to all the way around. She starts at one point, she ends on the same line. There's lots of good things about this. And again, me sort of trying to relate to all the shit I've seen, then this is kind of good, yeah.
And so, just to make it clear, when you do this, the first pirouette, just the pirouette, the second pirouette, just the pirouette.
Just the pirouette.
And then, for instance, an increasing drop from G,
Yeah.
all the rest, all that walk goes on the walk.
Exactly.
The other was just the pirouette.
And I really try now, with experience, I really try to force myself into, because we are all like that, when we see walk, we are all like, we're always like that. Whenever, it's like, I saw the corner, did you see that? And I was like, yeah, but what about the pirouette? Was it actually, and you will see some horses that will actually have a better rhythm in the pirouette than in the walk in between. But for some reason, our brains cannot work with this. We are, so we have to really try to force ourselves just to look at the pirouette. And then whatever we see, put that in between. Put that in the walk in between. So that's why it's constructed, at least many of the tests are constructed that way. But it's super difficult. Our brains cannot somehow adapt to this. Good. Let's see some more. Let's see this one. So, the walk pirouettes that I'm showing you now, it's a little bit more than what we see in real life. Like I said, we see a lot. So let's say that you are being like really picky on the first one. You were like a little bit lower than the 8 or the 8.5. And you saw this one coming in as the next one, you would have to go even lower for this one, because okay, this one, it's kind of a clear rhythm. Okay, it could be better, but it's kind of clear. You can see clear steps, But the thing is, the horse is going a little bit on the forehand, gets deeper and deeper and deeper, and it's not really collected and elevated like we like it to be. So this one is just like slowly getting. So for this one, okay, she's kind of turning ends in the right direction. I mean, still kind of a lot of good things to say, but it's not collected, it's not elevated like we want. So yes, you would have to go down. But if you started out being super strict and picky on the first one, oh gosh, people, then your scribe is going to be busy now, because as I said, me as a course director for you judges, I would expect you to have like a lot of good arguments to this rider. I mean, why do you have to go or give this the same or something like that? You know? Good. This one I would be in the 6-ish region, but not less. I mean, I would not go lower because it's still going around. Good. Okay, this was really quick. Are you ready? The next one. I'll just show it to you again.
Do we have to give a mark?
No. So, compared to the other ones that we just saw, the first ones that we saw, and then you see this one, we have some problems. Yeah, what is the problem, Sergio? What do you think?
Counterflexion,
Yeah.
and the rhythm was not there.
The rhythm is clearly not there. Yeah. And again, so we know that now we are dealing with some of the basic pillars from the training scale. We have like in the period, like now we're only talking the walk period. So we have rhythm issues, and okay, with the counterflexion, it's almost like a contact issue also. I mean, even though it goes on the straightness, but still we have some issues that we have to address. And it's not only like, what we see often is that they come in and then they start kind of okay, and then they start changing the rhythm a little bit. So we see like maybe 1-2 steps at the end, and then you have to deduct a little bit. But this one is like clearly, I mean, okay, maybe the first step is more or less acceptable, and then you can see it changes, and then it's wrong at the end, and it's like clearly not in the right place. So for this one, we would have to go down. So your mark, you suggested 4, which I can absolutely understand. I wouldn't go lower, even though it's clearly not in the right rhythm, but I wouldn't go lower. And that's again maybe a little bit experience, because okay, it could jump, it could take the head up, it could, I mean, what do I know, the rider could sit on the wrong leg, I mean, things like that. But just to be clear to the rider, it's not good. I mean, at least if you know the horse has, problem in the walk, at least you could bend it in the right direction. I mean, things like that, you know, in order. But just be sure as a judge that you put these arguments on the paper, more clear bend, and for all, more clear rhythm. Yeah. I would also be on a 4-ish mark for this one. I mean, 5. If you only had the rhythm thing, okay, you could be super kind and still give a 5. But this one was like almost wrong bend. So, okay, guys. So next one is for you to judge. So this is video number 5 now. Yeah, video number 5. So we do, again, I don't remember if you have 1 or 2. If we have 2, it's the first period. First period. Yeah? Ready?
Only
first.
Only the first, yeah. Yeah, did you enter some marks? Video number 5? Good. So, I think this one was also kind of easy-ish. I mean, if you look to the footfall, you would eventually see that there was something wrong. I mean, he kind of stopped. He was stuck behind in the walk. And there was also like a contact issue, always like really not on the bit. But then again, I mean, even though we are we have a big group here in the middle, which is fine, but we are still a little bit shaky as a judges group. But most are on the 5-ish reading. So what about the walk rhythm? Was it okay? Walk? Yeah. I mean, it was not broken. I mean, the rhythm looked more or less okay. It was certainly not collected. I mean, she doesn't even ask for collection. It's just the horse is like all over the place. So it's not collected, but I think the walk rhythm in itself was okay. So the thing is, of course, that there is a difference between losing the rhythm or being stuck behind. I think this pony was maybe just a little bit lazy, and he just turned, and then he just was stuck behind. And as he lost the activity behind, he just put on the screw, and then that was it. And you could see it more or less happened again in the second pirouette also. So yes, for many reasons, I think I would also be on the 5-ish here, because he lost activity, he was stuck behind, and then the contact was not really good. So again, it's like maximum a 5 for this one. But be sure again to have all the good arguments. We have good arguments here. Good. So the next one is also for you to judge. So that would be video number 6. And it is, I don't remember if it's 1 or 2 pirouettes, but it's like always the first pirouette that we. So it's the first pirouette, okay? Are you ready? Video number 6. Oh, sorry, that was a different one. And No. Sorry about that. I had a different one in mind. But this one is, you know what? Let's give a mark for the collected walk here. On video number 6, you give a mark for the collected walk. Collected walk, mark. Yeah. Video number 6, you give 1 mark for the collected walk. I'm sorry about that. That was me being a little bit I had another one in mind. So did you all put in a mark for the collected walk? It's from the Inter 1, this short collected walk on in front of the judges. Okay, let's see how we did on that one. So video number 6 is, and I know it was a little bit, I apologize. I had something else in mind. Maybe it's a jet lag. I don't know what I have as an excuse. But we ended up trying to give a mark for the collected walk. It's from the Inter 1. And as I said, this is a little bit like in the real world. And that is why I said to you to begin with, if one of you have a really, really good idea on how we can solve this walk problem, I'm all ears. Because this is what it looks. As a rider, you can just pick your favorite judge. We have from 2 to 8 for the same movement. It's really, really tricky. I mean, the thing is here, we have kind of two groups. So now you get the thing where I'm saying, now we can start the war. We can start the war. Now we really have, like, I tell you, I gave a 2 and you have the other, no, I gave an 8. So we have two groups here. One group is like, no, there is definitely something wrong. And we have another group saying, I kind of accepted whatever was going on. And then we have two chickens in the middle saying, something. I mean, I know this. I've been there like thousands of times. I'm like, oh, maybe I don't really want to. I mean, something in my little finger told me that there was a problem, but I didn't really manage to sort it out. So I'll be the chicken and give a 5.5. As I said, don't panic. This is a little bit how it is in the real world. This is, I mean, you will probably like that in a. I'll just show you the video again, and then we all have to look. And we will have to look at the good things and the bad things, and then we would have to sort of figure out where to end up with this kind of walk. So, if you look especially to the left, if you look to the left side of legs, yeah. Yeah. And then we go on to the extended. Yeah. So guys, that what I said now is that, okay, now we can see it again, and this is not how it works in real life. We cannot rewind and see it again and ask the rider, could you please do that one again? I was a chicken, I somehow gave a 6, and I have a feeling that it's wrong. But I mean, the good thing is here that, okay, the horse is relaxed. There is some kind of shortening. I mean, now I'm just trying to sort of, try to explain what we can say is kind of good about it. And then the problem is, of course, that the rhythm is broken. And especially if you start looking, the thing is, this one is also like a little bit because it has like 4 wide legs. So it's almost also pointing out the weak point. And especially if you look to the left side of legs, they were like almost perfectly lateral at some point. And yes, it was almost out of the corner to the, long side again. So yes, I think this is just one of the things that we have to be like super strict on if it's like that. I know for myself, I could easily see myself being the chicken and and giving a 5.5, and then I thought, okay, I saw something. I didn't really point it out, could be more clear-ish, could be my stupid remark, which is not really okay, because this one, now that we see it again and again and again, we see, okay, it's not good. It's broken, it's lateral. Boom. I think the more correct mark would be a 3-ish kind of mark for this walk. Not lower, I would not go lower, I would not go to a 2 because it's still relaxed, it's still some kind of whatever collection, but just to be very clear for the rider. At some point, especially from the angle of the camera, you could see maybe he is trying just not having him like completely straight, but I see 3 is clear enough for this rider. he knows that the walk is not good. No. Yeah, does it make sense? It's difficult. This about the walk is super difficult. It is, and you really just have to have a lot of experience, and you have to be. Sometimes it's really quick, even though it's walk like the slowest pace we have. It's still a lot to take in. Yeah. Okay. Next one. I want you to judge this one. Now we have to look at a little bit like on halt and rein back. And the thing about halt and rein backs, it's a difficult movement. And as a judge, there is a ton of things that we can point out that is wrong. And the thing is, for us as judges, we also differ a little bit, not like the walk, not as crazy as the walk, but we also differ quite a lot, judges, on this movement in particular, because we tend to focus on different things. Here in the halt and rein back. So I know this is like from the Grand Prix, but it's more or less the same, and as in some on the Inter 1 level, it's halt and then it's 5 steps back. So this one is for you to judge. So that would be, this is video number 7 in your little thingy. Yeah. Okay, you ready? I'll just show it to you one more time. Yeah, video number 7. Yeah, you're still good, or what? You need to wait again. I can refresh it. Good. So now, if you see a little bit like some of the other examples that I've shown you, if you see something like this, then you need to think about, is it good? Is it very good? I mean, 7 is fairly okay or fairly good, but I think if you see something like this, it's kind of good or even more. The thing is, as I said, for this halt and rein back, I mean, so many things can go wrong. And for those of you who judge a lot, we see, a lot of different, attempts to do halt and rein backs, and they are all over the place and head up and refusing. And I think we should just look at it again. I know for some, it's a little bit like a religious discussion. I mean, it's, like I said, it's really religion. Like if you're talking about, is it this half step that, keeps me from whatever. But I'm a little bit like, for me, I'm not, and that's just me personally now, that I'm not so super strict, not on the maybe last half step or whatever. If all the rest is really, really good, then I'm a little bit more lenient on that. Because the thing is, if we see bad examples, sometimes they do 7, 8, 9, 10, and you think, do they ever stop? And then you are getting a little bit more lenient. But when it comes to the good ones, then suddenly we are being all like, I only counted 4.5, and we shouldn't be like that. That's just me. So let's just look at it again, and I'll just. So if you see, she's coming in to an almost perfect halt, super nice contact. It's up in front, very clear, very diagonal steps. And very nice trot off here. So the thing is, I know for myself, I hardly give any super high marks, especially, I know this is from the Grand Prix, but we are being super picky and maybe too picky on these kind of movements. So I just hope that if I see something like that in the future, just knock yourself out. Give a good mark or even more. So I can understand 8, 8.5, 9, maybe even more. It's the only thing that I can think of is these stupid last steps that he maybe, and I'm not being picky on that because you can just tell that this horse is just reacting to the rider. She's not, you can't even tell by looking at her, but you can probably, she's maybe doing like thinking, you know, somewhere in the back of her brain, she's starting to think, stop, now you have to go forward. And the horse is just reacting like this. So I'm not being super picky on that. I would hope that I would be brave enough to give an 8.5 or a 9 for this one, because the rest is like out of this world. The rest is as good as it gets. You won't find, you can look at videos from now until Christmas, you will not come up with one that is better than this one. So I know that the last steps could be more clear, but the rest is like for an 11. So yes, if I had been super brave, I would have loved to be the one giving 9 and telling my colleagues off and say, I don't give a shoot about your last step. But this is really, really good. Huh? Can we agree on this? This is just good quality. Coming in, the halt, the contact, the acceptance, the whole, I love the attitude of the horse. You could just tell he was so much on his rider, like forward, stop, backwards, forward, stop. No, I like that. Okay, good. Let's see the next one. So, if you saw, let's say you'd been super picky on the first one, like even picky as for some reason, like you said, oh no, I only counted 4 steps and should have been 5, so I'm giving a 7 or 7.5. Then you would have to be super strict on this one. Okay, the problem is, of course, that this one does not want to take weight on the hind leg, so he's just like leaning back and getting short in the front, which is like more a fundamental problem than whatever issue we had with this stupid last step in the previous one. So for one, like this one, I mean, we would have to mention about, I mean, okay, and the steps could also be more clear in diagonal rhythm. So we have more like fundamental problems with this one. So on this one, okay, even though he managed to go into the hole, the horse is kind of attentive and going backwards on demand, but it's still like a problem not taking weight behind. So if I think for this one, I would be on the 6-ish region again, but not more. And, I mean, if you want to go low, knock yourself out, but then be sure to have all your good arguments on the test. It's still willing and it's still going backwards. Now we can see more coming up here. So next one is this one. So, of course, this one is the problem, even though now you are under a lot of pressure, it's one of the best riders in the world, so you're all like, what do I do? What do I do? And you can even tell here the rider, she knows she's going into the halt and she's just patting him like, pull, you can do this. And you can just tell the horse is like, no way, I'm going to, nope. And you can tell the rider, she's just like at some point, okay, I cannot stand here forever, I have to go backwards. And then she's going backwards. So here, she's kind of not producing what we are asking her. I mean, there should have been some kind of immobility. Okay, she produces like steps, more or less clear steps, going backwards and going forwards again. So parts of the movement is somehow okay, but we still have this big issue with the immobility in the halt. So again, if you're being super strict on this one, you will tell her, okay, you kind of managed parts of the movement, but the horse was not immobile. I think for this one, I would be maximum on a 5. I could also understand the 4, but 5, okay, because she comes in clear trots, she managed to go backwards and out again. And if you decide to be the super strict one, knock yourself out, but then be sure to have your arguments right on the paper. Okay? Does that make sense? We still have a lot to go. I mean, so many things can go wrong in this. You just see it again. You can see she's patting him. She just knows. No, no, no. Okay. Okay, let's have a look at this one. So, in the last one, do we have any problems with the immobility in the halt? No. It was like immobile for way too long. And the problem is, and that's also, for me at least, one of the more important things of this movement, because we're actually like asking a lot of the horse, like, stop here, stand still, go backwards on my command, kind of, which is kind of a lot for the horse. It's about accepting, and you can just tell. I mean, and this is also from a Grand Prix. I mean, this horse should by then kind of have figured the thing out, but you can just tell that there is no way. I mean, and you can also look at the rider's like attitude, like, oh, phew, how do I manage this? And then she's like, okay, now I have to do something, putting a little bit more pressure on, and then you can just see it's like backwards, like in a hurry, not straight, So for me, compared to the Isabel Wert version that we just had, let's say we decided, to be strict on that one, like we would have to be even more strict on this one, because we see like a clear resistance. Okay, it can still take the head up, it can still turn around, it can still kick to the spur, we will still have a lot of things to happen. But if we decided to give, let's say, maximum a 5 for the Isabel, we could go down to a 4 because of the big resistance. Can you? Then you as a judge, you have to make up, but I mean, that's a good question, because I mean, then you would have to make up your mind. Do I give a 4 for different reasons, or do I go lower? I think for this one, for this rider, she knows. I mean, you have good arguments. There was clear resistance, and she didn't try too much. She tried her best, but it didn't work out. And the reinback was not even good. It was not straight. It was hurried. So my only wish is that if you decide to go for 4, fair enough, put your arguments down. If you go lower, which I think you could, then you put all your arguments down.
Because if I think in the previous one, that if you divide the movement into parts, she couldn't she couldn't make the halt in immobility, but she could do a very nice reinback. And in this one, if you divide in 2, she did a halt, but not the reinback.
Yeah.
The reinback was awful.
Yeah.
So, and then when I chose to give a 4 for the first one, what I'm asking is if I divide in 2 and the first part is more okay and the second part is not, and the second one vice versa, is it worse the second one? Or no, I will give the same mark.
Yeah.
That's my question.
Yeah, but and that's also what I'm trying to. For me, the second one is worse. But that is the resistance. I mean, okay, the first one, that's like poor tension. It's not like a really resistant. It's just tense. He doesn't want to stand still, kind of. he's sort of anticipating, he's expecting some things to happen. The other one, that's a little bit resistance. The thing is, of course, that, I mean, I wouldn't go lower, like 3 would be my sort of cut-off line, again, because I've seen, you know, all these, you know, balding backwards and jumping almost off the, I mean, into the fence, and we've seen all these crazy versions of reinbacks. So I think that, and I could also understand if you gave the 4, that, I mean, that wouldn't start the war between the two of us if you decided one or the other. But if I had to point it out, I think the resistance in the reinback would be the more sort of severe thing compared to this being immobile in the hold. Yeah, does it make sense?
Yes.
Good. Let's see this one. I don't know what it is. We have to. Let's see this one. I don't know what it is. Oh, okay. Now I remember. Sorry about that, guys. No. So this one is the canter depart. We don't have to spend too much time on that. The canter depart in the Prix St. George, where you know that they come from extended walk and then they have to collect before they do the canter depart in the corner. If you saw this one, just to show you, as I said, we don't have to spend too much time on this, that we saw some clear collected steps. I mean, we're not discussing the quality of the steps. The problem for most of us when we're judging that we're sitting like 200 kilometers away from this point and we see most of it from behind and we can't really see. But what we should look for is this a little bit like this elevated shortening of the steps going towards the corner and the canter depart. Even the canter depart, if it's 1 meter too early or too late, it's also from our position. I mean, unless you're sitting on the long side, looking directly into it, it's actually super difficult to see. But I think this one, the first one, is kind of, it looked recognizable. There was some collection to it. The canter was, it could have been more sort of expressive, the canter. It takes like one sort of a little bit indecisive stride into the canter, but it's still kind of, we would all be in the 7-ish area. So let's look at this one. And, so the thing is also here again, we didn't see the same kind of clear collection before. He just kind of shortens the reins before the canter depart. And the thing is, it can be kind of difficult again for us to see unless you have the really only good spot in the house, you know, where you can see that. But it's a part, the only reason why I took it here is that it's a part of the movement where it says collection before canter depart in the corner, da 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 da. So it's just for us to look at, you know, at least expect some kind of collection. And you kind of already know that the ones that have shown like a not so good collected walk, they're not going to try again in that corner. You know, if the risk is that the horse is kind of showing a bad walk again. So they will just come from a kind of big walk into a collected canter. So just for you to be a little bit attentive on this. Good, let's see this one. So, good. The next one that we have to look at is half pass in canter. I'll just show it to you again. So it's from the Prix St. George. And then flying chains at X, and then half pass in canter to the right. Good. So one of the things that we have to look for in this There are lots of things. I mean, of course, the rhythm, the suppleness, that means the bend, equal bend to both sides. The flying changes after the half passes. So my comment to the first one would be, okay, maybe the jump in canter could have been a little bit more clear. It's kind of okay in the rhythm. You can still count 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, but it's a little bit like on the verge. So that would keep me from giving like a higher mark. I know for myself, I would probably still be in the range of 7 because I do see some clear bend and she goes from one marker to the other. There is no really big resistance. The flying change is kind of prompt. The next thing is, of course, the half pass to the right, more or less the same. Canter could be more expressive with more jump. And then we have the problem with the flying change. So what is the problem in the flying change? Yeah. That the hind legs are together. Did you all see it? That it jumped together behind? Should we see it again, or did you all see it? You're kind of looking sleepy, kind of. Okay. So the problem is, of course, how much should we deduct? Let's say, if you saw it or not, how much would you give for the last one?
For the last one is 6, for the first one is 7.
Yeah. So you would go down 1 point for the, yeah. I can kind of follow that. I mean, maybe I would be maybe just a tiny more strict, like on a 5.5-ish kind of region for the because of that. But yeah, in that region, we just have to make the difference in. If it was
late behind.
Late, if it was late behind, I would go even further down. Yeah. This one just had the hind legs together in the. Yeah. Let's just have a look at the next one. So, yeah, sure. Oh, yeah. So, I know if I had to judge, I would have several comments. Okay, for the first one thing that I know, even from this position, now that we had the video camera position, that if you look to the rider, he's sitting a little bit to the right. That means he's a little bit off direction. He should kind of, if possible, sit in the direction of going, and he's sitting a little bit to the outside. The question is, how much would I deduct for that? I know if I'm on the long side, like this a little bit, I wouldn't be too strict, but if I had like a really good position, like from the short side, and I could see one rider sitting completely off, even though the horse managed to do like a nice half pass, I would go down like half or 1 point off, and putting in the comments like, rider sitting to the outside, or rider should be in better balance, or something like that. Just for the rider to know that I saw it. I mean, we know some riders, they do it on purpose, just to slow down the horse a little bit. If the horse is like rushing a little bit into it, it just automatically slows them a little bit if you put like a stone in your back and try to sit on the outside. So some are cheating a little bit, so we should just put that in mind. I know it's not so easy to see, and if I had it from the long side, I would probably be a little bit like careful with my marks and my deduction. One thing more that I think, and that's also from this position really easy to see, and I know myself because I'm counting the canter strides. So and this is about when does the movement end? So if we think about the half pass, how many canter strides can we allow? let's say for the first one, before the half pass ends on the center line, before he makes the flying change. Ideally, the half pass should go to X and in one stride straight and change. All at X or more or less at X. And the same goes for the last one. You know, how many canter strides can we allow? And a lot of riders are cheating. But again, depending on our position as judges, it can be kind of hard to see if you sit on the short side, but I count. And okay, this one, the second half pass is kind of, like I said, we are being saved by the stupid mistakes because we can all see the horses spooking and and off, and we are like, oh, 5. But without that, I mean, I want you now at least to think about when you see these kind of movements, you know, to start counting the strides. I counted 4 strides before he actually did the flying change. You know, he ends the half pass 4 strides before the marker, which is too early for me. So even without the spook, I would have gone down and said, ends too early. And even 4 canter strides is actually some meters. So it's kind of way before the marker. And on this level, it's too much. So I would go down like at least 1 mark for the half pass and flying change, even without the tension. Does it make sense? Do you want to see it again and count the strides? Yeah.
And because it's a different,
Yeah. Here from this position, it's a little bit, you can see now, 1, 2, 3, 4, and chain. And then see here, again, just before the tension in the 1, 2, 3, 4, comes in the force. So I know the spook here makes it kind of easy for us as judges. Okay, we can relate to that. Tension at the end, after the flying change, blah, 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 5. But without that, I want you in the future also, I mean, like, I know I'm really, like, I count everything. Every stride is counted in my brain. But just make, you know, get used to it. Count the strides in order to see how early did this movement end. And 4 strides is too much. Like I said, in an ideal world, 1 should be enough. Yeah, first you and then Sandra.
Now it got very interesting for me. Zigzag in the Grand Prix. So it's 3, 6, 6, 6, and 3. And then it's straight. And then you have, they should come out at G. So how do you do that?
I do the same. I count.
So if they're coming out early and go like 2, 3 strides,
Yeah.
or do the change at 3
Yeah.
turn the way?
Yeah. I mean, now we're talking about the zigzag in the Grand Prix,
Yeah.
which is a super difficult movement.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really a difficult movement. I've done this stupid fucking movement so many times that, I mean, and you know, you and your horse, everybody, you can get all stressed about this. So I know as a judge, I might be a little bit more lenient, and I know that for the first one, I count, but I'm not, I mean, I usually always count maybe 1 stride more. If it for some reason ends with, let's say, it's clearly more than 3, 4 strides to one side, okay, I will start deducting. And the same goes when it ends a little bit too early. If it's clearly too early, like I always count, I also count in the zigzag. If it's like 3 strides too much in a Grand Prix zigzag, where it should ideally end at G, I would go down. Then I deduct, and then I take 1, then I don't care how good it is, then I will go down, ends too early, or should end at G, or something like that I would put on the, so ideally you should end at G and do the last flying change. And some will just go to the center line, go straight, and then do the flying change.
Yeah, because it's very easy to see after the last change before the last 3 strides.
Oh yeah, it is.
So you just continue, okay, change 1, 2, 3, now they're on the center line, and then it becomes more and more and more strides, and then the change.
Yeah.
So actually the whole thing there should be counted only like 3, 4.
3-4-ish, yeah, ideally. But it also, we know it also depends a little bit on the quality of the canter. If they have huge, like Glamourdale strides, they will end behind your judge's box. I mean, if you're, but I mean, and if you have like a canter with a very short stride, okay, it's kind of easier, but it's also easy to end way too early in that one. And, but you just have to count, and you know if you're counting, and then you know you have your arguments right in the end. Yeah, Sandra?
The question was, the last house we saw, he had this book, but suppose he did, so suppose he had a nice half pass, but then he arrives four strides before. How much, for instance, if you're going to be a 7, how much would you deduct? Would you go to a 6 or lower?
For, I mean, with the ending too early without the tension,
Yes.
I mean, I know I would only deduct like 1 mark if it's like clearly 2. I mean, like here, I know I would count 4 strides and then I would go down like 1 mark, you know, in that. But it's just, we know a lot of the riders are cheating on this, and it's not that I'm blaming them. And sometimes there might be a good reason why, or maybe he knew this corner was difficult and the horse was spooking in the familiarization. What do I know? I mean, so, but we just have to take it into consideration. Good. Let's see the next one here. Now we do, sorry about that. Now we do, I should have told you. Now we do canter pirouettes. Half pirouettes in. So the thing is with canter pirouettes, like so many of the other movements, is that so many things can happen and so many things can go wrong in this movement. I think, and maybe that's also me being a little bit influenced by doing it yourself, like half pirouettes can be really difficult. Sometimes it's easier to do like a full pirouette, but half pirouettes can actually be super difficult to do and present in the nice, correct way. And again, a little bit like the whole rein back, we as judges, we are being super picky on all kinds of things. So I think what I think we should at least try to is that if the fundamentals are okay, we should try and sort of stick a little bit more to that. One thing is, of course, the canter quality, including the rhythm, should be okay. We need to see some kind of collection and preparation before, like ability to sit, carry behind, and then stay sort of in this natural uphill balance, correct bend, blah, blah, blah. So many things can go wrong. That's what we should focus on as a judge. So if the fundamentals are okay, I'm not saying you should be higher with your marks, but you should maybe be a little bit more lenient on some of the smaller mistakes, because so many things can happen, and we see so many crazy versions of half pirouette or canter pirouettes. And some of them are nowhere near a half pirouette. And my point is that we should be, the problem is, as I see it, is that we are being way too kind to the not so good ones, and then we're being so picky on the better ones. Do you get me? And like we are being a little bit like, 6. That's, and then we see someone like the one we just saw now, and then we are being all like, yeah, but a little bit short in the neck, at 6.5-ish kind of. So let's just see this one again, and then we can look at the other ones. So preparation is kind of okay, nice, uphill, comes around maybe a little bit quick, gets a little bit deep in front, lowers the pole a little bit, but still I like the tendency here is very good, very clear. Sitting, the preparation was nice all the way around. So in this one, I hope I would be on a 7.5-ish kind of mark, don't be too strict on this one. Then let's have a look at this one. So you can clearly see the difference here for the first one and then this second one, because the second one does not want to collect. Okay, maybe the first one had a really nice, I mean, if I see it now, I'm thinking like, okay, maybe we could have given the first one an 8 because it's actually not that bad and he has a lot. And that's a little bit the way I want you to start thinking, because now we see all the other things. And you can clearly see this one, okay, this first one is looking, the first strides is looking a little bit more difficult. And then you can see the horse like almost, you know, diving down in front, coming on the forehand, not taking any weight on the hind legs, where the first one was actually really trying hard. So my point is that we're being sometimes way too strict on the better ones, and then we're being too lenient and nice to the ones not so good. Let's have... Yeah, I would, not lower, but that's again a little bit experience that I'm not killing them. So let's have a look at this one. I think this one, maybe you should give a mark for this one. So that would be what, video number 8 in your, yeah? Are you good? Video number 8? Yeah? I'll just give you one more chance here. So now you enter your marks in video number 8. Okay, now it looked better. So of course, and that's a little bit my point about this. I mean, and I'm going to tell you that from now on, we just wish that we've given the first one a higher and higher mark. And that is a little bit the thing sometimes. And that's what I started off saying, your starting point, and I can only promise you it will come with experience. The more you've seen, the more you can relate to all these things. But if you see this one, I mean, the problem is, I mean, I even understood you like, it more or less looks like a small circle, a volte that he's going around on. It's not really taking any weight. The problem is that we're being way too nice on these pirouettes. We think, oh, okay, it didn't jump out, it didn't fall into trot, it didn't lose the contact, and he was just like doing like a small circle. No really sitting, no really da-da-da. For me, I mean, because I don't want to go into war with anybody, so I'll just stick with the big group here. Like, I think I would be on that one. I would say I would understand if you be like the super picky one and say, no, this is a 5 or less. Okay, fair enough. Okay, good, you had your arguments. But we just have to be clear to the rider that this one was like an attempt to do like a super small circle and nothing else. The horse did not take any weight on the hind legs. It didn't even try to collect in whatsoever. So we just have to think about it. And again, I think this is just a little bit like what I said, us being a little bit too kind to the not so good ones. And then, I mean, okay, fair enough, if you gave the first one a 10, but I guarantee nobody would have given a 10 to the first one. So from now on, we have this first one in mind, like, oh, I wish I had been more brave and given that one an 8. I mean, now we went from a 7.5 to an 8, and I did that a little bit on purpose, just in order to get your minds in that way, because I know it from experience. We are being too strict, even on the good ones with the good tendency. It's not perfect, it's not excellent, but it still has the right, correct tendency. And then we see all the other ones, because this is what we see. This is real life. Huh? We see hundreds of these. And good. Let's see this one. If we see some kind of canter. Oh, sorry about that. No, that was a nice tail switching and just going out, and then he's going back to it. So no really sitting, just like a small circle in a. Then we do this one. So this one is, of course, at least she's trying a little bit. I mean, she came in, she collected, and then she was just like 1-2 strides in, and then she somehow realized, okay, if I'm going to keep this kind of collection, I'm going to lose my shit. I'm trotting halfway around. So she kind of realized too late, I've taken all the canter out, which is of course the result, and he loses the rhythm and the jump in the pirouette. But still, I'm going to tell you that the tendency in this one is better than the one we just saw. So for this one, again, I would be a little bit more lenient. I would not go to a sky high, but maybe I would give a 6 and then say, okay, losing jump or activity midways. But only because I kind of saw, okay, she tried to collect, the preparation into the pirouette was kind of acceptable. But we know we had a problem, we have to go down because of the rhythm and activity problem. I don't think the rhythm is broken. It's not like it's a lateral or 4-beat canter, but it still lost all the activity, but as a consequence of what she was doing. And she was trying, compared to the guy before, he almost didn't try. Okay, let's see this one. Maybe you should do this one also. You do this one. This is going to be video number 9. Are you ready? If it works. So, now this is going to be tricky.
Will you show it again? This is 9?
I can show it again. So, did you enter some marks?
One of the forest miners, I think you went today to exercise.
You're too.
I did 2 exercises in front.
You're doing your own. Even that happens in real life. It's a really bad excuse, but it happens.
Yeah,
it happens. Yeah. So, guys, this was not the easiest one. This one, and so if you look to the kind of the way of riding, the preparation was actually not too bad. She came in what I kind of saw as a clear canter. She did some preparation, she shortened the canter, and she came around what looked like a half pirouette. She ended more or less the same, but there was enough bend, But you can almost hear by listening to me, there is a but here in this. What was the problem? What do you think was the problem in this pirouette? Huh? Yeah, the canter. Because there is actually kind of a lot of good things. What she manages is that she keeps the horse under control, but she almost takes out all the activity, well, not the activity, because the horse is still active, but she takes out the rhythm. If you look into the rhythm, we can look at it again, and you can see that he comes from what looks like a clear 3-beat canter to something that looks like a 4-beat canter. And now it turns a little bit into religion again, because we know if you do like a really, really small canter pirouette, like a da-da-da-da-da, and you play it in slow motion, then more or less all horses will show some kind of tendency at least to do like a 4-beat canter. That's all religion. We cannot see that. We see it in real life. In real life, we cannot even see it 3 times before we make up our mind. So this one is tricky, I know. And it will always cause a lot of differences in the judging. So you will see a 5-ish mark, maybe even a 4, and you will also see a 7. But let's just have a look at it again. Yeah, well, over-collected, whatever. I mean, the consequence is that he's losing the rhythm in... Even here, she's collecting, and then you see the front legs. Now he's starting changing the... So, I mean, the front and the hind legs are kind of in different, or not in sync, or whatever you say here in the... Just see it again, and it's when she's okay, and then now that changes. Can you see that he's... So you can almost count 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah?
What would be your mark for this?
I think for this one, yeah. I'm here to be honest. That's why I said this is a difficult one. I mean, I know in real life we would be somehow between 4 and 7, that would be the same in real life. If we set 5 judges, we would have a little bit of everything, because one will say, yeah, but she really did collect. And we was like, she did. And one would be, yeah, but he was almost trotting. And I was like, maybe not. So I kind of hope now that I've seen the video 60 times, that I would be on a 5-ish mark, kind of. I would not kill it. I mean, even though the rhythm is clearly not clear. I mean, it's like 4-beat, at least 2/3 of the pirouette. And you would, let's say it had been any other movement with a non-clear rhythm for 2/3, you would have killed it. But because this is like a really difficult movement, and we know this tendency, if you really collect it, I mean, there was also, like we said, lots of good things here. She was trying to collect it. She kept it more or less in the, direction, and on the spot it was small enough, I mean, lots of good things. But still, because of the rhythm issues, and it was still active. That's the funny thing. I mean, she still kept him very sort of active with the legs, but it's just not in a clear rhythm. I hope I would have been clever enough to give a 5.5-ish kind of mark, but I wouldn't have killed it more than that. Yeah. Good, guys. The next one is tempo changes. And the next one I would like you to judge. So that would be what, number 10? Are we on video number 10? Yeah. 11. So video number 10. Huh? So, and I think this one is 4 tempis. You would have to count, but 4 tempis. Yeah, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, did you put in some marks? Yeah? You all good? Happy? So we said video number 10. Yeah? Did anyone see any mistakes? No? Maybe someone did. No? No mistakes? No. No. Good. So we're kind of happy. No mistakes. We clear 4 tempis. Okay, we have one bigger group here on the 8. And then we have a couple of brave ones and a couple of chickens. No. You can almost hear what. I'll show it to you again. For me, this is kind of good quality. If you look, we have to look into several things. We have to look into the canter quality, the sequence, the placings on the diagonal. I mean, clear jump to both sides. I mean, there are a lot of things. We also know that a lot of things can go wrong. And the thing is that often when things go wrong, we stop thinking, and then we just know where we end with our mark. The thing is, and that's where it gets a little bit difficult, is that we find it sometimes a little bit difficult to reward good quality in the changes. So if we see really good quality, super nice changes, we tend to stick to 8-ish in the mark. But let's just have a look at it again. Ja. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. So now that we look at it again, okay, the canter quality, super nice. I really like the way of riding. I mean, you can't hardly tell that she's giving any kind of directions to the horse. If you look to the tail, he's just all relaxed. The ears are like this. Frame is super nice. The placings on the diagonal is like ideal. She starts exactly like 2 strides after, and she ends exactly 2 strides before the diagonal is done. I mean, and that also shows us or gives us an idea about the canter quality, at least the ground cover of the canter, that you can spend like the whole diagonal on these 4 tempis. And it's not 15-1 or 9-2. I mean, it's like only 4 tempis. But the placing is really, really good. I like the way of riding. The canter quality is really, really nice. So I think if you see something like this, you know, then your brain should be somewhere in the good, very good, and I don't see why not excellent. Why is this not excellent? I mean, the jumps right, left are equal. I mean, it's hard for me not really to give. I know I would be a chicken. I would not give an excellent or 10 for this one. I know, I am the chicken. But I mean, we should try sort of to get our brains in that direction. Yeah, was that a question, or do you have a question, or no? No question.
No, I put 9.5.
Good for you.
9.5.
I'm proud of you. Good. I mean, it's just for us now that we've seen it and we've seen it again. If you see something like that, Friday, boom, then we're off with the marks. Yeah? Does it make sense? I just want to sort of, not gently, but with a huge kick, you know, to think in that direction. Okay, let's have a look at this one then. You know. So that was obviously 3 tempi. Let's have a look at it again. So, and the thing is always, when I do these seminars, everybody's looking for mistakes and everybody's thinking, did I miss it? Did I miss it? Was there a mistake? Was there a mistake? No, the only reason why I wanted to show this now is a little bit like before. When you see things like this is also good. I mean, okay, it's not the same. It doesn't have the same natural uphill experience like the first one. But the thing is that we kind of being too blah blah on the better ones. So if this one has a super nice flow, I mean, you can just tell the horse is kind of happy. Okay, it could have been more uphill, but the sequence is correct. The canter is nice. So my point is, if you give this one a 7.5, fair enough. You could say more uphill, That would be your, not the best argument, but still a good argument. I could understand if this rider came up to me, why don't you give me an 8 for this one? I mean, yeah, you could. You could also give this one an 8, but then you would have to give Total Hope your 9.5 or 10, because it is at least 1 mark better. Do you get my point? Then we see this, maybe you don't see a lot of these, but I mean, we see that sometimes. Once in a while we see this kind of horses. Good, let's see this one. So this one is seen from behind. I don't remember if it's a 3 or 4 tempi. Maybe actually we should give this one a mark. Yeah. Bear your position in mind, what you can see. So this is, now we have the position from H. Ready? So this is video number 11. Huh? No. Yeah? Are you ready? So that was obviously the 4 tempis. And you have to judge from your position here, seen from behind. So you have to give a mark for that one. Yeah, you put something in the system. Good guys, now we're getting there, huh? So, the reason why I suddenly decided, it's a little bit this thing about we have to judge what we see. And we have to focus on what we can see and not what we can't see. So, yes, here from behind, perfectly from behind, we could not see if it was uphill or da-da-da. Maybe if you were, I mean, like me, super nerdy and counted the canter strides before, when she turned going onto the diagonal before she started there, and then the canter strides after again, you could have an idea about the placings, da-da-da-da-da. But one thing that we could focus on here was the straightness. And what was about the straightness? Pretty damn good. Huh? It was kind of excellent. If you had been the trainer, you would have been, yeah. That was it. Stop for today, kind of. I mean, it was like, it cannot be more straight than that. The tail was kind of almost relaxed, not as relaxed as the other one. But again, I dare you, when we sit there as a judge, we're not being so super brave. Like, we would be biased because we've seen like the canter, and we've seen that maybe sometimes you got a little bit short in the neck, you was not always a little bit uphill. So I dare you, friends, that you're not going to be super brave and then see this from behind and say, this is a 9, super, well done, super straight, I don't have anything to add. You're not going to be that brave, I tell you, you're not. So you will be, depending on how you've judged the other canter movements, mentioned 100 times, short in the neck, more uphill, more jump behind, then you'll be influenced and you'll be somewhere in the sevens. But if you only had to give one mark in your whole life for that one, from behind, you would have somehow to be in this region here, because it was so straight, yeah? Does that make sense? I'm not going to blame you, like when we sit there in real life and you would be on a 7, 5, something like that, because we are only human, so we will be influenced and biased from what we have seen yeah? Does that make sense? I know it's a little bit like a, really? But good, let's just go on. I'm not going to keep you too long. We are almost at the end here, but let's just have a look. So again, the discussion here is not so much if you are paying attention and you are not like all stressed out, no oxygen, no coffee, no whatsoever. I mean, you might realize that there was a small mistake towards the end behind. She kind of kept the sequence, it just one was laid behind. So and she started kind of nice, well placed on the diagonal. She kept him uphill. There was no sort of interruption or whatsoever. As I said, she kept the sequence, but one was laid behind. So the question is, of course, how much do we deduct? I mean, where do we go with the marks? I think for this one, depending a little bit. There was a little bit like there was a tendency, like 1 mistake, 5, 2 mistake, 4, which makes it super easy. And I'm all for everything that can make my life as a dressage judge easy. I'm all for that. But I think, again, sometimes we have to take quality, the way of riding into consideration. So here, yes, maybe if I was being super strict that day, I would be on a 5.5. I would somehow also accept if you stayed on a 6, small mistake behind for this one, I could accept that. I mean, if you are being even more picky, giving a 4, that's too strict because so many other things can go wrong. And there wasn't, besides that one little mistake behind. So you could give a 6, you could not go higher because of the quality, well, because of the mistake, but you could still give a 6 for that one. Okay. So again, compared to the previous one, sorry. I know the judge's box is a little bit 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1. Okay, so now it starts becoming a little bit more what I say, what we in dressage judging is calling a firewall, because now we have more obvious mistakes, small moments of tension also becoming a little bit behind her leg. So in this case, I would go down to a 4, but that's just for me, that's the firewall. Now I've seen, okay, 1, maybe the small one we could kind of more or less accept and still give a 6, but this is too much, then we have to go down. Is that clear for the tempi changes, that you have to differ a little bit between one or the other? No. Now we have 3 tempis. 2, 3. Oh yeah. Okay. So, but that happens, huh? And you see 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and at the end you're like, fuck, did I miscount, or what did you do, kind of. But okay, she only makes 3 tempi changes, and then the horse doesn't react, and she doesn't fulfill the requirement of the. So I think in this one, I mean, okay, we could have seen even worse. He could have jumped, she could have kicked, she could have blah, blah, blah. But I think in this one, because she only makes 3 out of 5, I would go down because, I mean, even though the horse is not really reacting, I mean, it's not reacting at all, but it's still a clear resistance, like in the reinback when we saw it doesn't react at all to the rider. So I think in this one I would go down to a 3 as a maximum. I mean 4 is too much because the horse is not reacting, she doesn't fulfill the requirement, and at the end she's not even trying. Good. Now we have the last movement, that's the extended canter. Now I'm going to make it easy for you. You have to judge this one. This one is the last one on your. So that is video number 12. Are you ready to rock? So that is extended canter and flying change at the end. It's all. So you give 1 mark for the extended canter, huh? Not for the flying change. No, just for the extended canter. Yeah. Are you ready? Yes.
Wow.
Did you put some marks in? Okay, guys, I can certainly tell that you're getting more and more brave. I think, again, like I started off with some of the other ones, okay, this one is kind of well, now you've seen it a couple of times. And yes, the horse is our, at least now, reigning world champion. When you see that kind of extended canter, I mean, then if you stay to this one, you would need pretty good arguments on your paper, I mean, to stick with your 7. I think if we see expressive canter, I know maybe the position was a little bit difficult to begin with, but I mean, we saw this one glimpse from the side where you could see this huge ground cover. So I think no matter what, I mean, we should be in the very good to excellent region of our mark. That means 9, 9.5, 10-ish. And yes, we don't see it that often. I mean, we don't have that. That horse is a flying machine. I mean, it's out of this world. That's why we show it on seminars. You'll probably never see anything like. But just knock yourself out. Don't be afraid. If you see something like that, okay, maybe he could for the 10 lengthen just a tiny bit more. But I'm saying now, then you're starting being really. As I said, 10 is not perfect, it's excellent. If you see that kind of extended canter, it's pretty much close to excellent. Let's just see, I don't have many more videos, then you're done for today, before I killed you. Yeah. Let's just have this one, yeah. So the problem is a little bit, again, here, that where we have to be, you know that in some of the tests, depending on what test it is, you know, you have to give 1 mark for extended canter and then 1 specific mark for the collection and flying change at the end. in some tests it's all put together, so you have to give 1 mark for the whole thing. In the one that I just saw you could see, okay, the horse changed and sort of lost the contact sort of in the middle of the extended canter, which is not so difficult for us. Then we know we have to go down. I think in this case, with the, loss of contact and the change and changing back, I would go down to a 4 for the extended canter. Then you could still give like a relatively okay mark for the collection and flying change. But it's not always so easy. We can see this one. Which is also a nice and expressive canter, lovely uphill, nice attitude from the horse. Yeah. And I know that there was a judge's box. These judge's boxes are always in the way. No. Yeah. But if you look to the canter, I think if you look in the canter in itself, we are like on an 8.59-ish. And then you see just like a small step, he just changed back and forth once. And I think in that situation, we would have to go down. The thing is that sometimes you really have to make up your mind really quick. Was it because of the collection before the flying change, or was it actually too early? And again, that's just me being like really, I would count the canter strides after this split back and forth, but we all know how quick it goes. You have to make up your mind. Do I take it in the extended canter, or do I put it in the collection and flying change? If it's 2 marks, if it's only 1 mark, we are a little bit, it's easier, it's just one big pile of whatever mistakes, we would have to go down. But again, for this one looks actually like the special, then it's 1 mark. That doesn't matter. But if we see this kind of extended canter, it's a nice, expressive extended canter, 8.59-ish kind of, and then this split change back and forth. I would go clearly down to maybe a 6, deduct from maybe a 9 to a 6 for this quick change back and forth. And then if you have to give a separate mark for the flying change and collection, you could still give kind of a nice mark. If you decided to go for another version, that you take it because it's a consequence of the collection before the flying change, you would have to go down. And we see that sometimes. I'm not blaming us as a judges group, but depending on where you sit, how you make up your mind, and that can be like a split second like here, you decide I'll take it in the extended canter or I'll take it in the collection and flying change. And that will look really strange in our markings, but because you will have one giving a 9 for extended canter and one giving a 5.5 because of the change, and that looks crazy. But that's just a little bit the limitations when we sit there as human beings and have to be super, super quick. When we look at it at the video, we can repeat it and look at it again and again and again, and how many canter strides before, and that's a different thing. But in real life, we have to make up our minds immediately. Like, what? Sometimes it's easier if we can see the mistake is happening because of a consequence, the rider is doing some weird, stupid things, and then the horse is reacting. But not in this case. It was just a split second of whatever tension from the horse. I think this one is the last one, then I'm going to let you go. Yeah. Okay, this one we're not going to have. So that one I just showed you now, famous rider. I had the worst position in the house, and that was at the European Championships in Gothenburg. That was Carl Hester. I had it from behind. And I tell you, from behind, I could just somehow see, shit, something happened. Now it looks kind of obvious. He's like trotting in the flying change. How difficult can that be? But I tell you, from behind, I could just see something happened. And I probably did some stupid chicken out 6-ish kind of could be more clear in the flying change. I mean, he clearly trotted in it. But that's just how it is. I had the worst position in the house, and I was probably corrected, and my mark was changed by the JSP, what do I know? But this is just how it is sometimes. I mean, sometimes our position makes it difficult. Sometimes our brain is playing us a little game. I'm not going to show you any more videos. You're going to be tired after this. I'm sorry about the small technical things, but I like to do it this way because I know from experience that sometimes the discussions are being more honest, and at least when you sit there and you've actually been giving a mark, you know, the way you sort of reflect over it is clearly different. And it also makes you a little bit more humble because this dressage judging is actually a difficult thing. It's a difficult job. And yes, sometimes we can understand the criticism or people being not so happy about our decisions made out there in real life. Sometimes we have good excuses for our differences, and sometimes we just don't get it right. We can have the walk, we can have the sometimes it's just super difficult. But I think we should just all stay humble and try to be open, honest. We all make mistakes. Like I'm always trying to be honest. I am happy to show my bloody mistakes and I mean, it's just not always easy. So I won't keep you any longer. Thank you very much for joining. It was fun. Well, you're welcome. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah.
One picture, everybody.
Yep.
Just one.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
I give you a 10 and it's in double. Oh no, not